And the Yankees would need to drop a few series to the Pirates, like one or a couple to the Pirates, Red Sox, Rangers, and Orioles. And so you're not counting the Jays series in that, which again, it's not impossible. It's just unlikely. And then the Jays would also have to take it to the Rays at the Trop, and then, of course, take care of business against the Red Sox as well, and the Orioles to wrap up the season. But that series against the Trop, by the way, against the Rays at the Trop next week. So they have tomorrow's off, an off day. There's 2 games against the Phillies in Philadelphia, and then 3 games against the Rays starting on, I guess it's or maybe it's 4 games against the Rays starting on Thursday or Friday, but that's next weekend. That series lines up to see the Rays' best starters against the Jays. So something tells me we're going to be having that Shane McClanahan discussion again next weekend, but again, unlikely. But having said that, 7 games up on the O's right now after yesterday's win. The seeding, perhaps in the wild card race, not so certain, but the likelihood of missing the playoffs entirely with the O's as the 4th team in the wild card race essentially seems pretty low, which is always good to hear. Why don't we start on the Jays, though, today with Jose Berrios? It's been a very popular discussion as of late. I've had it with Ben Nicholson-Smith. Blair and Barker have discussed this at length on both Jays Talk and their actual show, the Blair and Barker Show. Arash Madani, Shai Davidi, they've discussed this as well. But it all revolves around the season Jose Berrios has been having compared to that of Ross Stripling, right? We heard from callers last night on Jays Talk, some different takes. Certainly, I always enjoy hearing them. But the Jays are 6-0 in the last 6 Berrios starts. Last night, lots of traffic on the bases for him. An efficient 1st inning, an efficient 6th inning. He went 6 innings pitched, allowing 7 hits, 2 earned runs. He grabbed 3 strikeouts, 11-5 on the season. But in between that 1st and 6th inning, lots of guys were on base, more or less all game. Here's the thing for me that is the most encouraging. His breaking ball, the off-speed pitches, was it working all game for him? No, I would say it wasn't. And yet, despite that, he got himself out of more than a few jams. And most importantly, the fastball was working for him, right? In previous starts, we've seen a lot of those fastballs get just absolutely hammered, like absolutely smoked. And when the off-speed stuff isn't working, he just hasn't been that effective. Yesterday, he was effective with his number 2 and number 3 pitches, which is very encouraging. Would I still take Stripling for a potential 3rd playoff game if called upon? Yes, and I'd feel good about it. But I would also feel good about Berrios after the last number of starts because he has been much better. Let's call it the last month of play. In his last 4 to 5 starts, he has been much, much better, even if I would take Stripling in a potential 3rd playoff game. But why don't we hear what Berrios had to say to the media after yesterday's start? He did speak. He talked about certainly his performance. He talked a little bit about the red jerseys as well, which he has now worn, I think, in the last 3 starts. So this is Jose Berrios. Again, 6 innings pitched, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts after yesterday's 6-3 win over the Orioles.
Jose, you're just continuing to put together quality starts now. What kind of rhythm are you in right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be able to make that happen. I've been saying to myself, like, we are on, down the stretch. I know where we are, like a team, like a group. So want to be part of them and, trying to do my best, do my work out there. Every 5 days I pitch out there. So, like I say, let's go be able to make that happen.
This team is now 13-4 in the month of September. To be in these division games, winning these division games in the lead up to October, what does it learn about itself to go through this and come out with wins?
I mean, right now that's the game we had it, against our division team. So we have to win no matter what. Whoever is out there, we have to go out there and beat them. And like you say, we are a great record this month so far. So I think we are playing so well like a team. Everyone together in that group, been doing what he's supposed to do, and that's why we are getting a lot of wins so far.
What's it mean to you, Jose, to have Tapia make that play right away at the beginning of the game?
It was a good one. I know they want to play. They want to play every day. They got that hungry to go out there and do their work. So when we saw that play, also like the spring did in center field, I mean, so special because that tell you how much we want this.
That you've chosen to wear the red jerseys the past few starts now. What's kind of played into that for you?
I mean, that's be all player or a position player. I picked them. I mean, I don't care what you say. You use it to go out there. I ask them why they want to use it. If they feel comfortable with the red, I bring it and go out there with that one.
So you leave it up to the position player?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I mean, I know I don't have any superstition. So, I mean, I know some players had it, and I just asked them how they feel more comfortable.
Who are the main guys who pick?
I mean, normally the outing before was Jorgito, George, and today was Bo.
You think they might be superstitious on your behalf now that you keep winning?
I mean, I don't believe in that, because if someone stole that red jersey, I want to keep using the other one and go out there and do my work. You know what I mean? So, but like I say, it's everything mental. If they feel comfortable, that's why I call this like a team. We have to be on the same page.
That's Jose Berrios speaking to the media. I like that they spent like half of his availability talking about the red jerseys. Did he call George Springer Jorgito? Is that what he said? That's kind of what it sounded like he said. I think that's pretty great. I think first of all, so I guess Springer chose the red jerseys not yesterday, but the last time out, and Bo Bichette chose the red jerseys yesterday. Maybe there is something to. I know a lot of athletes, professional athletes, are superstitious, but hey, the red jerseys have been working. I promised I wouldn't talk about it too much on J-Stock yesterday, in the sense that I know some people really like the red jerseys and some people just hate them. I know Ben Nicholson Smith is a big fan of maybe instead of bringing back the red jerseys, bringing out the like the silver and black jerseys, like the ones worn in like the Vernon Wells era of the Blue Jays, like those ones. I know Ben is a fan of maybe bringing those out one time a year. I wouldn't mind that. I would like to see the red jerseys a little bit less, but hey, whatever works for Jose Berrios, you keep doing it, because Jose Berrios has been much better as of late. I see a text here on the text line. Well, actually, I'm not sure what this is for. This seems to be, there must have been some podcast that's on the Sportsnet Radio Network about Marvel movies, because this person just says, the best Marvel movies are Infinity War and Endgame. If you want to enjoy a Marvel movie, the best is Winter Soldier. You know what? I agree. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but I do I do agree. It was Marvel Superhero Day at the ballpark yesterday. Maybe something to do with that, but hey, I'm not going to argue too much. I enjoy the Marvel movies. Who doesn't? Robin Hamilton, though, texts in to say, listen, you have to start Berrios in a game 3, because if you get into a jam, at least Stripling is used coming out of the pen. Again, I don't disagree, because if you're in a crucial game 3, I think you would hope that if, no matter who the opponent is, whether it's, let's say you're on the road against Cleveland, you're on the road against the Chicago White Sox. I think the White Sox are 4.5 games back in that division. So certainly some time still for the White Sox to overtake the Guardians. Probably unlikely, I would say, but there's still time. But whether it's the Guardians, the White Sox, the Mariners, or the Rays, in a 3-game series, I think you like your chances. If you're a Jays fan, you like your chances with Alek Manoah and Kevin Gausman being the number 1 and number 2 starter in a potential 3-game series. Maybe it wouldn't even go to a game 3. Maybe you just win with Manoah and Gausman on the mound. The Blue Jays have been very opportunistic as of late with the hitting, certainly from at all points in this order. The bottom of the lineup certainly being much more consistent as of late. But yeah, maybe a potential third start in the playoffs is actually game 1 of the ALDS. And then when that happens, would you feel comfortable about Berrios starting game 1 of the ALDS or Stripling starting game 1 of the ALDS? Yeah, you'd be fine with either of those guys starting, essentially either in either scenario. So I don't agree. I don't disagree with Robin Hamilton. I would certainly feel comfortable starting Berrios, but I think right now my mind has been changed a little bit by the play of Ross Stripling as of late. Certainly all season since he rejoined the starting rotation, which was June at this point. He has been very, very good. But hey, no, that's not a knock against Berrios. I will say Berrios coming back out for the 6th inning, because I do think the calculus changed a little bit for Berrios. Him coming back out for the 6th inning after it looked like maybe he was done. He was done after 5. The Jays were leading 3-2. And then Tapia knocked in the bases clearing double. It's nice because he saved one more inning of work from being assigned to the bullpen, and then he came out and took care of the bottom of the order. I think it was 7, 8, 9 for the Orioles that he took care of when he came back out. And then after that, we got to see yesterday at Rogers Center, Meza, Garcia, and Romano in order last night. So good that they weren't asked to task anybody else with another inning of work. Meza, first of all, looking very nice. He has an important role in the bullpen. He is firmly in the circle of trust. You guys know I like using that term. He is firmly in the circle of trust. Jimmy Garcia, looking a little bit fatigued. The 2nd game in a row, he's now given up a run, the home run against Gunnar Henderson being the first one on Friday. Does that make me waver from calling him the Jays' most trusted reliever, not named Jordan Romano? No way. No, absolutely no way. He just needs some rest. I imagine his deployment yesterday is, again, what we've been discussing recently. The Jays sending their best guys out there to ensure a win because they need to grab as many W's as humanly possible here. in the last few weeks. But still, I mean, there's virtually no way he comes into today's game with an off day tomorrow. He did 11 pitches on Friday, 24 pitches yesterday. I believe he also threw on Wednesday as well. So a lot of work recently for Jimmy Garcia. He just looked a little tired. So give the guy the day off. There are guys you can go to, right? Like I imagine if needed, maybe we do see Jordan Romano for 3 or maybe even 4+ outs today if they need to, because before yesterday, he had thrown 11 pitches on Monday and then just 3 pitches on Tuesday, and that was it. Like prior to yesterday, he threw 19 pitches yesterday and then just the 14 pitches on 2 combined days, Monday, Tuesday. With the off day tomorrow, I bet if it's needed, we see Romano to wrap things up today. But if not, they're going to aim for other guys. I mean, we haven't seen Phelps at all this series. He hasn't pitched whatsoever. His last appearance was 18 pitches in the 9th inning against the Rays on Thursday. That was the 11-0 defeat where he had to come in relief of who was it? I guess it was Trevor Richards who came in. Then Richards got the start on the bullpen day. Before that, Phelps logged 20 pitches in the first game of the doubleheader on Tuesday. So I bet Phelps is the first guy out of the bullpen today. Simber also pitched on Wednesday and Friday. So if there's any high leverage spots today, I imagine Phelps and Simber would likely be the guys. Low leverage, I mean, that's anyone's guess. Pop could be him, could be Merriweather. I guess if things get really out of hand, it could be Kikuchi, I guess, but I don't know. Yeah, Brett's shaking his head at me. I also shaking my head here just after saying that. I think based on every Kikuchi outing in the last 3 months, more or less, the lead would have to be, I think, astronomical. It would have to be like double digits before anyone would feel comfortable with Kikuchi coming in. And I got to say, with both Alek Manoah and Dean Kramer on the mound today as the starters, I bet this is a very low scoring game. Like, I don't know what the run total is or whatever, but if you're betting, I know Sundays are all about NFL betting, but I'm taking the under today. Give me the under in this one. Let's hear some more audio. John Schneider spoke to the media post-game yesterday. He certainly discussed the bullpen. He discussed Tim Meza and the play of Jimmy Garcia. He discussed the play of Jose Berrios as the starter, Springer and Tapia driving in runs. Let's hear the Jays interim manager, John Schneider, with the media after yesterday's 6-3 win.
John, this has been such a good month so far. What is your team elevating? What are they doing better in this race?
A little bit of everything. I think we've got good starting pitching. I think we've got timely hitting. Today, great defense, obviously, but it's kind of a good recipe at the right time of year. And they're looking forward and they're kind of up for these challenges. You know, we're playing tough teams. And I think we're playing really good baseball right now.
And then you've had a lot of great individual contributions today with Tapia, of course. What has he meant to this team going in and out of the lineup? A lot of different roles recently, but having some moments like this.
Yeah, huge knock, obviously, 2 outs and 2 strikes. Just gives our lineup a different look, obviously, with the right-handers, left-handed. He's been very valuable. He's been very valuable, and he always kind of, find himself in the middle of things when he is in there. Today being another example, but I think Teo walking to get to that was huge. I think Vladdy getting down the line on a routine ground ball to allow that inning to happen was huge as well too.
John, this was perhaps your best defensive game of the season. And just when you look at the different points of execution, how much of a difference do you think those defensive plays made for Berrios' outing? Yeah, I mean, right out of the chute, Tap with the catch, George's catch, Jackie's catch that he seems to deke everyone. He's so calm out there. The first and third play, executed very well. Bo with a couple nice plays, Espy with a couple great plays. If you're doing that, it just keeps pitch count in order. It keeps confidence high for pitchers, keeps lineups where they should be. It's winning baseball. And you mentioned the double steal, their attempt from the Orioles. Obviously executed a little bit better on your end than the one against the Cubs. I'm just wondering, the setup was obviously a little bit different, and Mullins didn't break maybe as aggressively as Gomes did. But what did you like about the way that one played out? I liked the throw from Jano. I liked where Chappie was set up initially to kind of keep Cedric where he was. They probably thought we were not going to throw through with Cedric on third. And it was just good execution all around by Jano to Bo, back to Jano to Chappie. So at that part of the order, we're definitely going to try to take it out and try to get out of an inning.
Hey, John, you mentioned earlier playing good baseball. It's like 6 straight series wins. What's the key for you for kind of keeping this up throughout the rest of the regular season and into October?
I mean, just keep doing what we're doing. I think guys are kind of feeding off the energy, feeding off, a big crowd today, things like that, kind of feeding off each other. So it's kind of next guy up, tomorrow's Manoah, and start on over. At bats have been great. and you don't really have to do much to kind of set the tone. These guys are ready for it.
And what was your read kind of generally on Jose's performance today?
I thought it was really gutsy. I thought he competed his ass off. Wasn't really landing his curveball as much as he wanted to, and was relying on his fastball and changeup. Good defense behind him, obviously, but I thought his outing after a bullpen day was gutsy, and it was very much needed. And that's what you want from a frontline dude.
Talking about the defensive effort today, how big is the play by Bo climbing over the runner at second base to make that catch?
I hadn't seen that. That's a weird play where the runner doesn't have to go anywhere when he's on the base, and it's a really hard play that Bo made look fairly easy. And that's huge. A routine pop-up that turns into a kind of a mess with people on base there. But every play is huge, whether it's routine or difficult. And that was one of the weird ones, and it was a really good play by Bo.
And we've talked a lot about how Springer is sort of the engine of this lineup a little bit. Since the homer against Tampa, he's hitting like 313. He seems to be back to himself. You've ridden the ups and downs with him. What's it mean when he's going?
A lot. I think numbers speak for themselves when George is doing his thing. Having him at the top, coming back around every single time is just pressure on the opposing pitchers and forces them to make decisions for their bullpen. But he's had a tendency to step up in this time of year and beyond his entire career, and he's kind of just doing more of the same.
That is John Schneider speaking to the media. It's kind of funny with George Springer. He will take absolutely he will absolutely take vicious hacks at pitches, even checked swings, and he'll like wince to kind of clutch at the elbow, and you'll think to yourself, oh man, like is he okay? And then the next pitch will be a ringing double to the outfield wall or an absolutely massive bomb. I don't know. You can never really tell with George Springer. I always think to myself, okay, if we get like 4 out of 7 days of Springer in a given week and he plays in center field, I'd like take that. But I think he seems to be fine. Like all things considered, certainly the elbow injury, the nagging injury, I should say. It's certainly a chronic thing he's going to have to deal with probably until he retires, honestly. But still, he looks okay. One thing Schneider discussed that we haven't gone over so far too much is the bottom of the lineup. Just generally speaking, as of late, more consistency really from the whole team, but from the bottom of the lineup last weekend against the Rangers, we discussed Danny Jansen. Whit Merrifield showing some better ABs with limited playing time. Matt Chapman banging 2 home runs recently. He has struck out less at the plate. Last night, Tapia with the bases clearing double, as we've talked about. They've all looked better overall. And just generally speaking, that has got to be a huge boon to this offense. And again, when Lourdes comes back, when Alejandro Kirk comes back, they're going to have a lot better options for constructing this lineup against teams the rest of the regular season. And I imagine it would make it difficult on any starter, no matter who the opponent is. In the playoffs. Just a couple minutes left here, so why don't we go over the lineups real quick. This is how the Blue Jays lineup shakes out today. George Springer leading off. He's DHing. Vladdy Jr. back at first base. He is batting second. Bo Bichette batting third at shortstop. Matt Chapman cleaning up. He is at third base. Teoscar Hernandez batting fifth in right field. Tapia, as we discussed, bases clearing double yesterday. He's in center field batting sixth. Danny Jansen is catching today, so still no not Alek Manoah, still no Alejandro Kirk, who usually catches for Manoah, but Danny Jansen is catching today, batting seventh. Santiago Espinal batting eighth at second base, and Whit Merrifield is in left field, batting ninth. The Orioles lineups as follows: Cedric Mullins in center field, batting first. Adley Rutschman batting second. He is DHing today. Anthony Santander batting third in right field. Gunnar Henderson cleaning up. He's at third base. He's moved all over the place this series. Jesus Aguilar at first base. Still no Ryan Mountcastle after the elbow contusion yesterday. He's batting fifth. Terran Vavra is batting sixth at second base. Austin Hayes batting seventh in left field. Jorge Mateo at shortstop. He's batting eighth. And Robinson Chirinos is catching, and he is batting ninth. And yesterday, Rutschman, Henderson, Vavra, and Stowers went 6 for 14 with 3 RBI. The rest of the team went 3 for 17 with no RBI, 1 stolen base, and a walk. So I'm going to guess, just going out on a limb here, I'm going to guess that the Orioles of 2023, veteran-wise, are going to look a lot different than the Orioles of 2022. I don't even know if Cedric Mullins is going to be on this team next year, and he's a very, very good player. So we'll have to see. Adley Rutschman and Gunnar Henderson, a lot of fun to watch, but still, the Blue Jays have a lot of young stars as well, and I'm sure they're going to be very good. That does it for the pregame show here on The Fan and across the network. Thanks for being alongside me. Blair and Barker have J-Stock after the game to put a bow on the series this weekend. The next voice you hear will be that of Ben Schulman. He and Ben Nicholson-Smith have the call of the game at the Rogers Center. Looks like the dome is closed down there this afternoon, but have a wonderful Sunday, everyone. Enjoy the busy day of sports, baseball, football. Blair and Barker have you covered postgame. Talk to you later.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
Back to the Grubhub spelling bee.
Word is enthusiastic.
Repeat in a sentence, please.
She was enthusiastic as her Grubhub order of tempura rolls looked and tasted crispy.
Enthusiastic. ENSUSHIASTIC. Enthusiastic.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Looking for the right color for your walls but don't know where to start? Schedule an in-home color consultation with JC Licht, and our team of color experts will help you tell your personal color story. With the best selection of paints from Benjamin Moore, JC Licht is your one-stop shop for everything you need to transform your house into your dream home. Visit jclicht.com for a location near you.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve the nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and security. So from simple to the extreme, whether it's hanging a TV, building an outdoor oasis for you and the whole family to enjoy, integrating a theater into your existing living space, at EOC, we're about exceeding your expectations. And the best way for us to do that is to make sure you understand how everything works when we're done. That's what differentiates EOC Audio from all the rest. Visit our new showroom in Lisle or check us out at EOCaudio.com. That's EOCaudio.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds. As owner of Mint Mobile, I'm proud to offer premium wireless for just $15 a month. And I'm proud that we have thousands of 5-star reviews from customers like Dan D. in New York, who writes, "I am satisfied customer. How can this only be $15? He wrote it in all caps. I needed you to feel it like he feels it. I hope I did that justice, Dan. And I hope that you try Mint too at mintmobile.com/Odyssey.
New activation and upfront payment for 3-month plan required. Taxes and fees extra. Additional restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for full terms.
Loyola Medicine ranks 5th in Illinois by U.S. News and World Report and by Newsweek magazine. With dozens of locations and a network of 2,000 dedicated providers, they're putting smart, compassionate medicine right within your reach. The best doctors, nurses, and technicians treat, heal, and empower their patients. The secret? Kinder medicine. Experience kinder medicine with outstanding results. Loyola Medicine. Feeling is believing. Visit loyolamedicine.org/schedule now.
Mick Worthy at participating restaurants in Canada.
Way more than just the score. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan. This.
It's carrying well, and it is gone!
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball to finish the ball game.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A sweep on the line. The Blue Jays wrap up their series with the Orioles today after a pair of 6-3 victories in the last 2 days. When you need a big game, who do you call? Alek Manoah. The big guy is on the mound today looking for his second win over Baltimore in the last 2 weeks. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Rogers Center. Appreciate you joining us today. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Ben Nicholson-Smith. Show Ali is our in-game host and producer, and our technical directors are Tom Young and Brett Armstrong. This is Blue Jays baseball served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. After a homer-happy opener on Friday, Toronto kept it in the yard Saturday with doubles from George Springer and Raimel Tapia, accounting for 5 of the 6 runs in the win. Both of them return to the lineup today. It's the Blue Jays and Orioles finale next on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
Back to the Grubhub Spelling Bee.
Word is enthusiastic.
Repeat in a sentence, please.
She was enthusiastic as her Grubhub order of tempura rolls looked and tasted crispy.
Enthusiastic. ENSUSHIASTIC. Enthusiastic.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
If I had to pick between a sweet and savory bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddles or a toasty bacon, egg, and cheese bagel, let's just say I'm getting both. Now at McDonald's, buy one breakfast sandwich and get another for just $1. Try a delicious bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddles with a perfect bacon, egg, and cheese bagel, a classic sizzling sausage McMuffin with egg, or a warm and buttery bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Treat yourself to the breakfast you deserve, only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
We're on, down the stretch. I know where we are, like a team, like a group. So want to be part of them and trying to do my best, do my work out there every 5 days I pitch out there. So like I say, let's go and be able to make that happen.
He competed his ass off. Wasn't really landing his curveball as much as he wanted to, and was relying on his fastball and changeup. Good defense behind him, obviously, but I thought his outing after our bullpen day was gutsy, and it was very much needed, and that's what you want from a frontline dude.
Jose Berrios battled yesterday in 6 innings of 2-run ball to help the Blue Jays to a series win. Now they look for a series sweep. Hey, everyone, with Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. The Blue Jays 20 games over 500, sending Alek Manoah to the mound today. And let's take a look at today's starting lineups, brought to you by Timber Mart, who encourages you to step up for shopping local. Timber Mart stores are family-owned and operated and know the value in giving back to the communities they serve. Now more than ever, it's important to shop local. Ben, who do the Baltimore Orioles run out today?
Well, they will start it off once again with Cedric Mullins, who has a couple of home runs against Alek Manoah in his career, in center field. Adley Rutschman DHing today. He will bat second. Anthony Santander is in right field batting third. Gunnar Henderson shifts over to third base, and he will bat cleanup for the Orioles. Jesus Aguilar in there in place of Ryan Mountcastle again. He's at first base. Taron Vavra will play second base and bat sixth, followed by Austin Hayes, who's in left field. Jorge Mateo back in there at shortstop, and rounding out the batting order for the Orioles, Robinson Chirinos will catch, and Dean Kramer on the mound for Baltimore.
Third time the Blue Jays will see Kramer this season. On the Toronto side, the DH and leadoff hitter today is George Springer. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. plays first, bats second. Bo Bichette, the shortstop, hits third. Matt Chapman in the cleanup spot for the second straight day. He's playing third base. Teoscar Hernandez in right field and batting fifth. Raimel Tapia gets the start in center and bats sixth. Danny Jansen, third day in a row, catching. He bats seventh. Santiago Espinal, the second baseman, batting eighth. And then Whit Merrifield into the lineup. The left fielder bats ninth with right-hander Alek Manoah on the bump. We saw this just about 2 weeks ago. He came in to close out an Orioles series and closed it out pretty well.
Yeah, he really did. He has done it all for the Blue Jays this year. Most recently, he was battling an illness earlier in the week on Tuesday against the Tampa Bay Rays. He came back in the second game of that doubleheader and had just a great start against Tampa Bay. So now he is on the mound once again, looking for his sixth consecutive quality start for this team, and the Blue Jays really are rolling right now.
In those two starts, the Tampa 6 start and then the end of the Baltimore series, 14 2/3 innings, 3 earned runs allowed in that stretch for Alek Manoah. The Blue Jays have done a lot of good over these last 2 days, and with that, we take a look at a standings update presented by Bet365, the world's favorite sports book. Toronto has brought the lead even further on Baltimore. They are up 7 games now on the Orioles. They're up 2 games on Seattle. They're up 1.5 games on Tampa. But the intriguing one, they're only 4.5 back of the Yankees, who lost again yesterday.
Yeah, it's getting really interesting in the American League East. And this is the closest that the Blue Jays have been to the New York Yankees since May 9th. That's a long time that the Yankees have really built a huge lead. And now the Blue Jays have chipped away at it to the point that they are 4.5 back, as you said, Ben, with the Yankees sending Garrett Cole to the mound against the Brewers today. That's a game that we'll have a very close eye on today as the afternoon unfolds here in Toronto.
It should be interesting to see if this race can become more realistic. It's definitely a possibility. A little far-fetched right now, but with a Blue Jay win and maybe a Yankee loss today, you never know how interesting it could get. The Blue Jays are just about to get onto the field and march out here. The 4 umpires discussing right now as Alek Manoah parades his team out of the dugout to an applause from the Blue Jays faithful. Dome closed today as we get ready to start here for our first inning of work. The first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Alek Manoah has obviously been sensational, a mid-2s ERA, and he gets a little bit of a break, maybe not the way they wanted it. Mountcastle not in the lineup in Game 3, and with Rutschman DHing, so they're bringing Chirinos in. Urias is not in the lineup. If this is a threat, it is to some. Odor is not in the lineup either. This isn't the best necessarily that Baltimore could put out there.
Yeah, that's right. And yesterday we saw against Jose Berrios, Brandon Hyde and the Orioles really stacked a lot of switch hitters and left-handed hitters, knowing that Berrios is worse against left-handed batters. Manoah has similar splits. He is more effective against right-handed batters. And today, the Orioles will start things off with a couple of left-handed hitters and a couple of switch hitters. But afterwards, you get deeper into their lineup, you have more right-handed batters, and Manoah with that slider is really effective against right-handed hitters.
The only left-handed bat on the bench they can bring in is Kyle Stowers. We'll see if that happens a little bit later on. But in the first inning, Manoah will face Cedric Mullins, Adley Rutschman, and Anthony Santander. Sunday getaway day, a lot of games going on today, and we will be scoreboard watching the other ones along with you, so stay tuned for some out-of-town scoreboard updates. But for now, Manoah done his warm-ups, talking into his hat just in front of second base, and as he gets set for one of his final starts of the season. Only a handful to go for Alec.
Yeah, this is a big one. His next one likely to come against the Tampa Bay Rays in that series following the Blue Jays' quick visit to Philadelphia this week. But right here and now, Manoah ready to get started against Baltimore.
Manoah in the all-baby blue jersey with hiked-up socks and white cleats. Baltimore today goes with their gray jersey and orange font as the left-handed hitter Cedric Mullins taps the inside corner of the plate and rests the bat on his left shoulder. Manoah working from the stretch, kicks and delivers. The first pitch is called strike one. 1:40 p.m. first pitch, 23 degrees Celsius outdoors, but we have the closed roof today, so it's 20 indoor. The 0-1. Fouled back over the netting and into the 200 level off to the left, 0-2. And it's supposed to be a little bit rainy, maybe a chance of thunderstorms, so they decided to keep the roof closed, but it is still pretty packed in here, even with that weather maybe making people's commutes a little bit more hectic.
Yeah, really good crowd. Probably not quite as large as yesterday, which was 44,000 plus, but still could be pushing 40,000 today.
They clap for the first time as Manoah has an 0-2 count. The righty's pitch. Outside, 1-2. Obviously, when facing right-handed hitters, it's the fastball, it's the slider. What can Alec do to put these left-handed hitters off balance?
Well, he does have that changeup that he throws about 11% of the time. See the sinker. Of course, slider is effective against anyone.
1-2. Fly to deep center field. Tapia going back. He's on the track. He stops and makes the catch to his right. There's the first out of the game. So a strong start there for Alec Manoah. Retires Cedric Mullins, although Mullins did put a charge into it. Here's Adley Rutschman, the switch hitter who does bat better from this left side.
He had a great plate appearance at the end of the game yesterday against Jordan Romano, working a walk as Santiago Espinal heads into the right field corner here.
Blue Jays, with nobody on, are employing this 4-outfielder defense. Here's the pitch. Looked like a backdoor slider for a strike, and it's 0-1. So the configuration has Chapman, the third baseman, essentially playing short. Bo Bichette's playing second pretty much, but he's a couple steps into right field. Vladdy playing deep at first. The 0-1 outside. Then you have Espinal in right field. In right center field, Hernandez. In left center field, Tapia. And Merrifield in left. Rutschman did beat the shift once yesterday with a ground ball to the open left side of the infield. 1-1. Change up low.
Yeah, essentially the Jays remove the third baseman and add an outfielder.
Something they won't be able to do next year, but while it's still in the rules, you may as well use it now. The 2-1. Low and away, and it's 3-1. The Blue Jays, as a team, rank high in defensive runs saved, and that stat can factor in shifting. A large amount of it has been contributed to defensive positioning.
Yeah, the Jays, as they assess themselves internally, they believe that their outfield shifting has been really effective. And their infield shifting, maybe not quite the same impact, but the outfield shifting has worked very well.
3-1 pitch. Flied foul down the left field line and out of play. And that's an interesting thing with the rules. Now, it somewhat affects outfield shifting because you can't put the fourth outfielder out there. But there's no rule that says you can't do anything with the three guys who start out there. You could put them wherever you want.
Exactly. I'm very curious to see what that means. I think it'll probably lead to less shifting because it will be less efficient, but we'll learn a lot next spring. Teams, I'm sure, will experiment.
Blue Jays right now trading some singles to avoid some doubles. With one out and the base is empty, the 3-2 is outside, ball 4. Went with the change and missed. Rushman walks here in the first.
2 consecutive plate appearances with a hard-earned walk for Adley Rutschman, showing off that batting eye.
He has been one of the best offensive catchers in baseball, period, since coming up now in his 98th game. So Alek Manoah deals with a base runner here in the top of the first. No score. Anthony Santander, another switch hitter, bats left. The pitch. Fastball called strike 1. Blue Jays revert to a more normal shift. 3 infielders on the right side. Matt Chapman plays a close in short. He's about even with the baseline. The 0-1. Outside. Santander, more of a rare case where he actually hits better from the right side than he does from the left side as a switch hitter. So this is favorable for the Blue Jays to have him batting left. Manoah comes set with the glove near his chin. He kicks and delivers. Fouled back into the netting. A fastball right down the middle, and it's 1-2. For Manoah, he doesn't throw incredibly hard. He's sitting in the low 90s, but he seems to be able to put that fastball in places that other guys can't. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, and there also seems to be some deception, some intimidation maybe with Alek Manoah. Somehow the fastball plays up. Certainly he's able to put it in the strike zone consistently. He's been searching for it a little bit against the first couple batters today, but by and large he attacks the zone and certainly able to keep hitters guessing.
Manoah's 1-2. Slider low and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Manoah trying to retire Anthony Santander.
And we'll keep an eye on the velocity. Oftentimes, and today is no exception to that, oftentimes the velocity will build as the day progresses. You'll see a few more 91s and 92s early, and then later on you see more 94s from Manoah.
Yeah, he's been sitting around 91, 92 right now. Searching for his first strikeout. The 2-2 is pummeled to right field. Going back, Hernandez. He's at the track, at the wall. He leaps, and he made the catch. Throw going back to first. They won't double off Rutschman. It's 375 to right center. That was probably a 374-foot out.
A very well-struck ball by Anthony Santander. It looked like it had a chance to go off the bat, but Teoscar Hernandez tracked it perfectly, made his way back to the wall, and then jumped to make the catch just about a foot or two before that ball would have gone over. That was not far from going out of the ballpark.
No, it wouldn't have gone out, but it was as close as you can hit it, top of the wall. Instead, though, it's an out. Alek Manoah will take it. And there are 2 down with a runner on first and Gunnar Henderson up. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. How many parks do you think that ball would have gone out in?
I'm guessing that would have gone out in 16 of 30.
Very close, 17 of 30, with Camden Yards being one of them. So Santander used to hitting that one out. Just misses. Here's Manoah's 1-0. That one hits the zone on the inner third. Even count at 1-1.
And I wonder next year as the Jays change the dimensions of the field, I mean, that's a ball that in future seasons could leave Rogers Center.
Yeah, I think it would. Henderson's taking a ball out of here in this series. 1-1 to the rookie. Low. And Gunnar Henderson has proven himself in fewer than 20 Major League games to be a force going forward.
Yeah, he's really impressed in the course of this series. He hit a home run on Friday, showed off his speed. He's really been hot lately with 8 hits in his last 4 games. Looks like a player who can do a lot of different things. Defensively, we saw him make a mistake yesterday, but still showed off an impressive arm.
2-1. Henderson swings and chops it foul to the right side. It's 2-2. Yeah, he had 2 hits yesterday, even after the game 1 homer. One of them was a double in the 8th inning, came around to score. Number 1 prospect for now, but while he won't graduate this year, you figure he probably starts with Baltimore next year and is taken off that prospect list pretty soon, just as Adley Rutschman was this season. Left-handed hitter faces a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Runner on first, top of the first. The pitch. Fastball just inside. Fans don't like it. It did look like the right call from home plate umpire Mark Wegner. He's the crew chief. Nick Marley at first, Jeremy Rehack at second, and Quinn Walcott at third. That pitch just a hair inside. So Adley Rutschman will get a head start with 3-2 and 2 outs. Vladdy's still holding him on at first. No, now he tells Manoah he's going to play behind him. And Henderson asks for time.
Manoah right now searching for the strike zone a little bit. 20 pitches, only 10 of which have been strikes.
Typically has not really been a problem for Alec this year. 2 or fewer walks in his last 5 starts. 3-2, runner goes. It's popped up, foul, and into the seats behind the plate. Manoah's season high in walks is 4. He did it once in his season opener and then twice since, most recently against Baltimore here on August 16th. Really the only time the Orioles got to him this year. They scored 4 runs against Manoah in 5 2/3 innings. And he did walk 4 that day. He's walked 1 already today. (3-2) to Henderson again. Slider outside, ball 4. 2 walks now just in this first inning, and 2 on. Jesus Aguilar's coming to the plate.
This will be the first right-handed batter that Manoah faces today. Aguilar in there in place of Ryan Mountcastle, who was hit hard on the left elbow, really caught him square yesterday. He stayed in initially, then was taken out of the game, and so now we see Aguilar and his number 99 in the game.
It's no secret, Alek Manoah really good against right-handed hitters. They are hitting a .163 this year with a sub 500 OPS. Here's the pitch to Aguilar. It's a fastball strike at the top of the zone.
And opposing managers know that. They love to stack their lineups with lefty batters.
4 of the next 5 are right-handed hitters for Baltimore. The 0-1. Ground ball foul, 0-2. And Brendan Hyde has used all but 1 left-handed bat he has. He just doesn't have that many options right now. And this is a serious blow for Baltimore to put Aguilar in instead of Mountcastle, who's destroyed the Blue Jays this season. Aguilar with 3 hits and a batting average around 100 in his Orioles stint, a brief stint so far this year. 0-2 pitch. Fastball up and in, check swing. He did not go, and it's 1-2. Aguilar DFA'd by Miami, picked up by Baltimore. His first Orioles hit was against the Blue Jays in the 4-game set at Camden Yards in early September. He has homered off Alek Manoah in his career. That came in Manoah's third career start last year when Aguilar was still with the Marlins. But he has struggled recently. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball hit softly to third on 2 hops, backhanded by Chapman. Lots of time to throw to first, and that's the end of the top of the first inning. Manoah works around 2 walks for a scoreless, hitless inning. Blue Jays looking for runs as they send Springer, Guerrero, and Bichette to the plate when we return. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This October, you need to be at Rogers Center. What a crazy night, because the postseason will be next level.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
From Grubhub's glossary, Euphoria, the total bliss of food meeting your mouth and your expectations. As in, one bite of fettuccine sent Kevin into an overwhelming state of euphoria.
Mamma mia, that's good. Satisfy all your food moods with Grubhub. On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Hasta la pasta.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Welcome back to the Rogers Center with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. Bottom of the first, no score. And George Springer leads off for the Blue Jays against Orioles starter Dean Kramer. The right-hander Kramer stands in the middle of the rubber, steps to the side, kicks and delivers. Springer grounds a ball foul up the third baseline, 0-1. Third time the Blue Jays are seeing the right-hander. Second start for Kramer against Toronto.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good year, 3.34 ERA. He does not strike out a ton of hitters, just 17.6% strikeout rate for Kramer.
He seldom walks batters, though. The 0-1 down low.
The Orioles got him in the Manny Machado trade in 2018 from the Dodgers. And what we'll see from him today is a lot of fastballs and a lot of cutters. Look for that cutter to feature prominently from Kramer.
Next pitch, swing and a miss. That was the curve at 75, and Springer down 1-2.
Curveball, changeup, sinker, those will also be mixed in from Kramer in the course of the afternoon.
He's pitched well against the Blue Jays this year, sub-3 ERA. The 1-2 is hit hard on the ground to third, backhanded by Taran Vavra, throw over to first in time. Pardon me, that's Gunnar Henderson at third, and there's one out. Vavra gets the start at second with Jorge Mateo back at short. And after a ball it wasn't an error, but got booted a little bit at short yesterday, Mateo provides some much-needed stability for the Orioles.
Yeah, Mateo, very skilled defensive shortstop for Baltimore. Ton of speed, too, at the bottom of the order whenever he's in the lineup for the Orioles.
Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with one out and the bases empty. Vladdy likes facing Dean Kramer. Right on right pitch. Swing and a fly ball down the right field line, sprinting over to the corner. Santander reaches out and makes an underhanded catch as he crashes into the net.
It's a really good catch by Santander to go into the corner. Unfamiliar territory. It makes a running catch. crashes into that protective barrier. And that's unfortunate for the Blue Jays because, as you were hinting at there, Ben, Vladdy has hit Kramer extremely hard with 3 career home runs in just 11 at-bats.
4 hits total in now 12 at-bats for Vladdy versus Kramer. Here's the pitch to Bo Bichette. Fastball inside, 1-0. Bo hasn't had quite the same success against Kramer. 1 for 10 in his career. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Out in front of a curveball that was way low. And the count's even. Bo's on-base streak came to a close yesterday. Had reached every day of September until an 0 for 4 day at the plate. 1-1. Inside. Bo takes a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. It's 2 balls and a strike. Even with that, he's still hitting .444 in the month. On base percentage around .500. He's doing just all right in September. The 2-1. Outside 3-1. Heck, he could go hitless for the rest of September, and he would have pretty average, at least, numbers in the month.
Yeah. That's for sure. And something tells me he's not going to go hitless
No.
based on what we've seen.
The 3-1. Called strike, middle of the zone. Full count with 2 outs and the bases empty. No score, Toronto and Baltimore in the series finale. Kramer trying to get through the bottom of the first. Into his wind. He rocks, uncorks, and it's inside, ball 4. Bo had to duck out of the way. That one ran a little bit up and in. He's a 2-out base runner for the Blue Jays as Matt Chapman comes up.
Yeah, Bo Bichette goes up there looking to swing, and Kramer not someone who walks a lot of hitters, but he lost the zone there momentarily against Bo. Came too far inside. Bo got out of the way of that one and heads down to first base.
For Bo, his 38th walk of the season helps improve his previously .326 on base percentage. Here's Matt Chapman. Chapman, the hero in game 1 with 2 home runs, had a good game yesterday. Sac fly, a walk, a run scored, and a base hit. The pitch. Swing and a foul back, 0-1. He's had 8 plate appearances in this series. 6 of them have been productive. 2 strikeouts, but 4 hits, a sac fly, and a walk.
That Friday game was something else for Matt Chapman. A couple of home runs going into the second deck. Made a couple of great catches, and it continued yesterday.
The 0-1. Swing and a fly ball, foul, but almost into the 500 level. It drops off someone's hands that was reaching over and goes into the press box area, I believe, or close to it. But that was a drive for Matt Chapman. He just couldn't keep it straight.
Yeah, he definitely connected there. I'm often sitting in the press box, of course, for most of the season, and you don't usually worry about foul balls going in there.
Got to hit a ball more than 400 feet to get it that high. Throw over to first. Bo is back safely. Bichette with 11 stolen bases in 19 tries this year. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a runner on first. Still a scoreless game, bottom of the first. Kramer offers. Chapman grounds it to third. Picked up by Henderson, goes the short way to second, and it's there ahead of Bichette to end the inning. The Blue Jays put a runner on with 2 outs, but strand him. We are scoreless after 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Lick's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
Back to the Grubhub Spelling Bee.
Word is enthusiastic.
Repeat in a sentence, please.
She was enthusiastic as her Grubhub order of tempura rolls looked and tasted crispy.
Enthusiastic. ENSUSHIASTIC. Enthusiastic.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
They got him! They got him at the plate! What a throw by Teoscar Hernandez!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Time for the second inning, brought to you by Miller Lite. Baseball's in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. No score. Alek Manoah back on the mound for the top of the second. His pitch to Terrin Vavra is lined foul down the right field line and into the netting. 0-1. Left-handed hitter Vavra, then Austin Hayes, then Jorge Mateo for the Orioles. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. Manoah stares in for the sign, tucks the glove on the left side of his chest. Working with Danny Jansen today. The 0-1, high 1-1. Now this is a big deviation from the norm for Alek. He's traditionally working with Alejandro Kirk.
Yeah, exactly. This is the first time in Manoah's season that he will be pitching to someone other than Kirk.
The 1-1. Line to center field. Tapia on the run toward left center. Reaches out, makes the catch. 1 down.
This is the 29th start of the season for Alek Manoah. The previous 28 were with Kirk. Now, they have worked together. Danny Jansen and Manoah have worked together 3 times last year. But last year even, Manoah would more often work with Alejandro Kirk and the now former Blue Jay, Reese McGuire.
Most of his outings were with McGuire, which is not what I remembered. He pitched 10 times to McGuire, 7 to Kirk, 3 to Jansen. Here's Austin Hayes after the flyout. Base is empty, and they're shifting Hayes to the third base side of the infield. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. Hayes a .250 hitter, low 700s OPS with 15 homers this year. This could be good, though, for Manoah and Jansen. You never know when you'll need to pair them up again.
Yeah, exactly. It gives them just a bit more familiarity. Of course, they're familiar with each other. They're teammates. They played together in spring training, of course. So it's not a blank slate.
The 1-0. Called strike. Slider in the zone, and the count evens up.
But it's at least a refresher for this pairing. And Kirk is not in the lineup, has not been in the lineup the last few days because he's dealing with some left hip tightness. So paired with the off day coming up tomorrow, it gives Kirk an extended break.
1-1 pitch. Inside again. And you never know in the playoffs when you might need Kirk, when you might need Jansen, when you might need Manoah, when he could come into a game in an unconventional spot too, because anything can happen in the playoffs. So you'd like these two guys to feel comfortable before you head to the playoffs.
It's a great point.
2-1 pitch. Called strike, fastball up to 94. That's the hardest we've seen from it today. It's 2-2.
And at this point, I mean, the Jays haven't clinched anything, but they are certainly looking like a playoff-bound team with 7 games separating them from the Orioles.
2-2 pitch. Popped up to first. Vladdy bent down. Now he's walking forward. He has it with a two-handed catch in front of the infield grass. 2 outs. And we'll take a look in the bottom half of the inning at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. But yeah, the Blue Jays feeling pretty safe in their spot. Still anything can happen. Two down and the base is empty for the shortstop and speedster Jorge Mateo. Hitting in the 230s this year. The pitch. Called strike one. 13 homers, 47 RBIs. He can be dangerous at the plate. He had that triple against the Blue Jays in the Camden Yards series in September. Swings at the 0-1 and pops it up in foul territory. Third baseman Chapman near the warning tractor makes the catch. And there's a pretty quick 1-2-3 inning for Alek Manoah. Still a scoreless game. Bottom of the second coming up. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
From Grubhub's glossary, Euphoria, the total bliss of food meeting your mouth and your expectations. As in, one bite of fettuccine sent Kevin into an overwhelming state of euphoria.
Mamma mia, that's good.
Satisfy all your food moods with Grubhub. On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Hasta la pasta.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
For full coverage of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, hosted by Lisa LaFlemme, tomorrow morning, starting at 5 a.m. Bottom of the second inning at the Rogers Center with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. Teoscar Hernandez leads off in a scoreless game against Dean Kramer. Blue Jays were aggressive in the first inning. Even with Kramer's full count walk, he only threw 14 pitches. Right-hander has the ball tucked in his glove. Here's his 15th pitch of the day. Swing and a foul ball flied out to the right side. 0-1. We'll take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Game on, Canada. Help us celebrate 30 devilishly good years of being your Blue Jays headquarters. Join us for beers, wings, cocktails, and more. The 0-1 fouled off to the right side, and it's 0-2. We've got all your bases covered. Download our new app or visit stlouiswings.com for more detail. Always devilishly good, and a couple teams got underway even before the Blue Jays today.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those matchups has a significant bearing on the Blue Jays in their push for the wild card, as the Rays are already underway against the Rangers. And bad news for the Blue Jays, the Rays are up 4-1. They already have home runs from Christian Betancourt and Jose Siri.
That's a rubber match of a 3-game series. Kramer winds. Here's his 0-2. Outside, good take by Hernandez, who leaned over and tracked the pitch away.
Elsewhere, the White Sox are up 7-2 on the Tigers, and the Royals are leading the Red Sox 2-1 at Fenway Park.
1-2 pitch. Outside again. The White Sox are just trying to stay relevant with the Guardians winning twice yesterday, once in the 15th inning on an error from the Twins that pretty much seals Minnesota's season.
Yeah, and the Guardians are looking really good in the Central right now to be able to win that and advance with a bye or advance to play one of the wild card teams.
2-2, line shot to right field. Santander going back. It settles into his glove 20 feet in front of the track. And there's the first out of the bottom of the second. When we look at these two teams, obviously the Blue Jays are young. Obviously the Orioles are very young. But the youngest team in Major League Baseball is the Cleveland Guardians. And Terry Francona has managed them again to being in contention. Now, if you're wondering, the age stat, they do weight that a little bit by how many games played have certain players come in for. So while Baltimore has a ton of 23-year-olds that have played 6 games, that's not going to be a huge factor. Here's Raimel Tapia, left-handed hitter. The pitch, swing and a hot shot grounder up the middle. Diving stop at second, Vavra. Throw from a knee, not in time. It skips away, but Tapia had to hold up at first. Should be an infield single.
Definitely. That was a very difficult play. Vavra doing a nice job to just stop that ball. And by the time he got the ball in his hand to throw, there just was not a lot of time. And Tapia's pretty quick getting down the line.
Yeah, other Blue Jays maybe have a shot, but I don't think that throw was getting him, even if it's on the money. That'll be the first base hit for either side today and a 1-out base runner. But it just feels like every time you forget about the Guardians and Tito, he just reminds you that they can beat anyone.
Yeah, it is a young team, but one that has some really strong contributors among their young group. Of course, Stephen Kwan has been an important hitter at the top of their order this year.
First pitch to Danny Jansen, outside.
Josh Naylor, of course, the Canadian.
His brother, Bo, is pushing for the majors, too. Bo Naylor, a catcher with the AAA affiliate, Columbus Clippers. He's a homer away from a 20-homer, 20-steal season.
Wow.
He's a catcher. Throw over to first and a dive back save from Tapia. And 20 homers in the minors means more than 20 homers in the majors, too. That's almost the equivalent of a 30 or 35-homer season.
A powerful family.
1-0, Tapia leaves for second. Pitch outside. Throw down from Chirinos. Not in time. Raimel Tapia with a stolen base. And now a runner in scoring position and a hitter's count for Danny Jansen.
Well, Tapia got a good jump right there, and he's able to get down to second base and make something happen here for the Blue Jays in the second inning with the bottom of the order up. An aggressive move by the Blue Jays, by Raimel Tapia. He was off and running as soon as he saw Kramer going toward the plate.
They brought him in to provide a different look. There's his 8th stolen base in 9 attempts. The most efficient base stealer on the team. And now the 2-0 to Jansen. Outside 3-0. I think there's a third Naylor, by the way. I forget. There's a third one that just got drafted, I believe. I'll figure it out soon. But that could be a great lineage of Canadian players going forward. 3-0. Called strike. I'm trying to think of the notable Canadian baseball families. I mean, Rob Butler, who played for the Jays. Rich Butler, his brother, was a really good player.
Of course, the Quantrells also in Cleveland.
3-1. Cut and a miss from Jansen. Down to a knee. It's 3-2. But there aren't a ton of examples, so maybe the Nailers could come to the forefront. Full count, 1 out, runner on second in a scoreless game. Kramer offers. Jansen, late swing, sends it foul, bouncing up the first base line.
And as long as we're talking about the out-of-town scoreboard, we should at least give an update on the Yankees and Brewers, because that is the game that Blue Jays fans will be watching most closely. They just got underway in Milwaukee. There's no score in that game right now.
It's going to take a big effort from the Brewers to win. It's Garrett Cole against Jason Alexander, but not George Costanza, different Jason Alexander. 3-2 pitch. Outside, and there's a walk for Danny Jansen. First and second with 1 out. In the eyes of a Blue Jays fan, the Brewers have kind of already done the job. They have more than accomplished what's necessary, which is winning the first 2 games.
Yeah, they have definitely helped the Blue Jays close that gap to within 4.5 games of the Yankees. Closest that has been in months. And the Blue Jays still with 1 head-to-head series remaining against the Yankees. Of course, that's coming up after their upcoming road trip to Philadelphia and Tampa, and that's going to be a huge series.
Huge plate appearance right now. Santiago Espinal up, scoreless game. The first pitch inside 1-0. Runners on first and second, and Espinal is 5 for 5 versus Dean Kramer in his career. Infield at double play depth. The 1-0. Called strike on the bottom and inner corner of the zone.
And of course, you know, you look for samples that are a little bit bigger. You want 20, 30 at-bats before you start drawing conclusions normally, but you also just don't see 5 for 5 normally.
No, I mean, he's got to have confidence at a minimum, even if it is a little bit fluky. The 1-1 popped up behind the plate and foul, 1-2. And you would imagine Kramer is probably aware that all 5 times he's seen Espinal, they've resulted in hits.
A couple of walks, too, against Espinal, so he just has not been able to retire him whatsoever.
Good start, though, here for Kramer. 1 ball, 2 strike count with 1 out. Espinal will be a hard guy to double up if he hits a ball on the ground. A lot of speed. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball, right center field, and the perfect line will come to a close. Santander camps under it, squeezes it. There's the second out. Big guests and big opinions on everything Blue Jays. Blair and Barker, weekdays from 10 noon Eastern on Sportsnet 360, Sportsnet 590 The Fan, or listen to the show on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcast. Plus, Blair and Barker will host Jays Talk following today's game. 2 gone in the bottom of the second. Runners on first and second with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. The only other out-of-town scoreboard game I'm really looking at is just, again, St. Louis playing Cincinnati. Can Albert Pujols close that gap on 700 homers? Here's Whit Merrifield. The pitch is chopped to the right side of the plate. A swinging bunt down the first base line. Kramer picks it up and tags Merrifield on the first base line to end the inning. So the Blue Jays, with a 1-out base hit and walk, strand a pair, do not score. It's 0-0 after 2. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back to the Grubhub Spelling Bee.
Word is enthusiastic.
Repeat in a sentence, please.
She was enthusiastic as her Grubhub order of tempura rolls looked and tasted crispy.
Enthusiastic. ENSUSHIASTIC. Enthusiastic.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Alek Manoah on the bump as we head for the third inning, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. Alek Manoah on the mound. And Robinson Chirinos gets his first plate appearance of the series. The veteran catcher who's 38 years old, by far the oldest player on this team.
38 years old, still catching. Good for him.
Came up a little bit later in his career, and although these Blue Jays fans boo Rougned Odor, they might want to pull out the archives and think about how they feel about Chirinos, as the first pitch is high, 1-0. He really produced as a Texas Ranger in the playoffs against the Blue Jays in 15 and 16. Manoah in the set. The right-on-right offering is fouled off to the left side. Chirinos was a reserve catcher then as well. In game 1 of the ALDS here at the Rogers Center, he hit a home run, a 2-run homer that scored Rougned Odor and ended up being the difference in a 5-3 Texas win. 0-2 pitch. Fastball high. For what it's worth, Chirino really likes hitting against the Blue Jays. 2011, when he debuted around the age of 30, he hit his first career home run against the Blue Jays. Toronto had Carlos Villanueva on the mound when that happened. 1-2 pitch. Line shot foul just over the netting down the right field line. He didn't punch anyone in the face, though, so I think that might be why the fans lay off him a little bit.
I think that's the difference. Home runs, they can forgive and even forget, but no one's about to forgive or forget Rougned Odor.
Odor out of the lineup today, one of 2 left-handed bats on Brandon Hyde's bench. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Manoah really slowed it down with a 78.5-mile-per-hour slider. There's the first out.
Well, one time through the order, Alek Manoah finds that first strikeout. He's walked a couple, struggled to find the strike zone a little bit initially, but he seems to be settling in a bit in the course of the last 5-6 batters.
And hopefully doing it at the right time. Here's the gauntlet of guys that are going to hit left. It will be 4 in a row batting left against Manoah, starting with Cedric Mullins. The 0-1, or the first pitch, pardon me, is high, ball 1. In a moment, we'll check on the Bergmanis Pereira injury report. 1-0 offering. Called strike at the bottom of the zone. This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If your insurance company has a heavy hitter at the plate, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers, your go-to closers. Visit bplawyers.ca. 1-1 inside 2-1, and we've already talked a little bit about Alejandro Kirk, with Danny Jansen being the catcher for Manoah today.
Exactly. So Kirk continues to be on the sidelines as he rests his left hip. We've seen him doing some drills, some throwing, some running, but he's still resting for now.
The 2-1, just a hair outside with a fastball, and then Lourdes Gurriel Jr. could have been activated today, but not in the lineup.
Exactly. Looks as though he'll need a bit more time. It sounds like he's really progressing in the course of the last few days, and the Jays considered activating him, but not yet.
3-1. High ball 4, check swing, appeal down to third. No swing, says Quinn Wolcott. So that's a base on balls. The third walk issue today for Alek Manoah.
And Gurriel Jr. has also been doing baseball activities, so he is progressing toward a potential return, still on the sidelines for now. And beyond the Blue Jays, Anthony Rizzo activated off the injured list for the Yankees. He's already connected for a base hit in that game in Milwaukee. Dealt with back pain, got an epidural to deal with the back pain. That led to migraines, so it was a long and arduous time on the injured list for Rizzo, and he is now back.
And that's a big addition for the Yankees. Here's Adley Rutschman with a runner on and 1 out. Manoah checks on first, and the American League leader in stolen bases, Cedric Mullins, dives back in safely. His stolen base number matches the number on the back of his jersey, 31 on the season for Cedric Mullins. The pitch outside to the switch hitter batting left, Adley Rutschman. 1-0. For the Blue Jays with Gurriel, you almost wonder if Kirk isn't healthy, or at least healthy enough yet, then you probably don't activate Gurriel, because Berrios would come back for Moreno, most likely, and that would only leave you with Jansen as a catcher. So until you can make sure Kirk is there, you can't really take Moreno away. Next pitch, line drive down the left field line, fair ball rolling into the corner. Scooped up by Merrifield. Mullins gets a stop sign at third, Rutschman into second, and there are two runners in scoring position with just one out.
Adley Rutschman continuing to use the whole field here. An impressive series for this young Orioles catcher today, DHing, as he sends that one down the left field line. And the biggest threat of the day so far for the Orioles right now, with two runners in scoring position.
They were shifting him to pull, but a sinker breaking away from him. Rutschman just went with the pitch.
I think that's a great point, though, about the connection there between Kirk and Gurriel Jr. Certainly you want to have an extra catcher who's able to catch, and if Kirk is nursing that hip issue, then you don't want to push him, you don't want to overexert him. And furthermore, if Gurriel Jr. would need DH spots and Kirk would as well, you want to make sure you're managing that carefully.
Here's the pitch to Anthony Santander, swing and a miss, 0-1. It's not as easy as put Gurriel back in and put Kirk on IL, because then you can't use him for a certain number of days, even if you backdated. Kirk is probably too close to returning to think about a backdated IL stint. Manoah looking for a strikeout here to keep the runners at bay. The 0-1 popped up, heading back, almost at us. I was moving backward. It's 0-2. I told you yesterday, I think I told you yesterday, I got hit by a ball once this year. I'm not looking to replicate that experience.
That was right on trajectory for us. It was just a little low.
And we thank the baseball gods greatly for that.
Comes back quick, doesn't it?
Really quick. Really quick. And I only have a certain amount of length with this headphone cord. Before I run out, the ball's just going to hit me. Manoah sets with second and third and one out. The 0-2 pitch. Lifted in the infield. Vladdy moving over to the middle. Called off by the shortstop, Bo, who squeezes it left of his head. That's a big second out. And that's a lot of what we saw Berrios doing yesterday that helped him pitch out of trouble.
Huge out right there for Alek Manoah to keep it on the infield and make sure that Cedric Mullins had to stay at third base. I mean, even if that ball gets into a shallow part of the outfield, with Mullins' speed, he could argue push it, but he has to stay put.
Some of the Blue Jays' best outfield arms not around today, like Springer, like Jackie Bradley Jr. Springer DHing. Bradley on the bench. These guys could come in later. Gunnar Henderson at the plate. The right on left pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Henderson, one of three batters to walk today. It's been these guys batting left that have given Alek trouble. Mullins at the top of the order with a walk. Rutschman with a walk and a double. And then Henderson with a walk in his one plate appearance. He's pitched around Santander, and that's allowed the game to stay at 0-0. Top of the third inning with two outs, second and third. The 0-1 is fly to left field. That's slicing, and that will go into the seats as some of the near 40,000, or maybe above 40,000, reach to the skies for the baseball. It's 0-2.
Well, we've seen outings like this before from Manoah, where he has to labor at times. And still, I mean, he comes into this game fourth in the American League in earned run average, third in the American League in innings pitched. There's no doubt he is one of the best pitchers in the league.
He's on the fringes of the Cy Young conversation. He's not really in the mix to win it, but he is in the mix to get votes. Trying to end this inning in strand two. The 0-2 is high. He has definitely a little more zip on the fastball. Back-to-back heaters, although he missed there at 95.
95, that's what he needs to be at in some of these big spots. You don't necessarily see that first pitch of the game from Manoah, but here in the third, trying to keep this game scoreless, he's reaching back for it.
And maybe feeding off the energy of this crowd. The 1-2. Flied foul left side again. These young guys, specifically Rushman and Henderson, are a handful.
Yeah, they're just really impressing this series. Henderson with a couple of tough at-bats already. I mean, you think about drawing a walk in the first inning against, like you said, a Cy Young contender in the American League. This is his first month in Major League Baseball. He's already really contributing in meaningful ways for Baltimore.
Not to sound too much like a scout, but the hit tool and the power tool for both of these guys is ridiculous. 1-2, slider bounced in the dirt. Jansen sprawling behind Henderson to block that one from going to the backstop.
Henderson's got the speed tool as well. Probably not Rushman quite as much, but he made it to second, no problem on that double, and some defensive skills as well. I mean, Rushman, of course, is the catcher. He's really anchoring their defense in a lot of ways. And Henderson, we've seen a shortstop, we've seen a third base, so they've got an infielder who can really contribute on both sides of the ball.
They even played Henderson, not in this series, but the last Orioles-Blue Jays series at second base, too. With 2 outs and 2 on, Manoah's 2-2 pitch. Down and in at 96, but could not find the zone. Full count. It is interesting, and I saw this a little firsthand from being in the minors this year, where versatility, I think, was previously frowned upon. Now everyone wants to play as many positions as possible. Utility is seen as a positive rather than a negative these days, like Henderson playing 3 different spots. Payoff pitch. Ground ball foul up the first base line.
Do you think that's from the players as well? Do you think that they embrace it at the minor league level?
I think so. I think some of the, big stars, like first round, if you're a first round pick to be a center fielder, you want to be a center fielder. To be a shortstop, you want to be a shortstop. But if you're a 4th round pick, you might get bumped up another level easier if you can play 2nd and 3rd, and all of a sudden their third baseman gets hurt. They need someone. They call you up. So I think a lot of guys have embraced it. Manoah spent almost no time in the minors. He delivers a 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went with the slider low. Henderson chased, and that's the end of the top of the 3rd inning. Manoah bookends it with strikeouts. Strands 2 on 1 hit, and it's 0-0 going to the bottom of the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Back to the Grubhub spelling bee.
Word is enthusiastic.
Repeat in a sentence, please.
She was enthusiastic as her Grubhub order of tempura rolls looked and tasted crispy.
Enthusiastic. ENSUSHIASTIC. Enthusiastic.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Terms apply. For details, visit grubhub.com/guarantee.
Ready to pop the question? Let your love sparkle with Blue Nile. Blue Nile has helped millions of couples create their perfect engagement ring. Their easy online tools will let you choose the diamond shape, size, and clarity, as well as setting style. Blue Nile's bench jewelers will then handcraft her one-of-a-kind engagement ring, the perfect ring to celebrate your love. Right now, go to BlueNile.com and use code RADIO to save $50 on your purchase of $500 or more with guaranteed free shipping and returns.
It only takes 4 syllables to rile up a crowd. Toronto. Toronto Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. I'm Ben Schulman with Ben Nicholson-Smith. No score. George Springer leads off the bottom of the third, and he takes the first pitch. A strike from Dean Kramer. Looked like the cut fastball, 0-1. 2 walks allowed and 1 base hit allowed for Kramer first time through. The 0-1 is a little bit low. But when the Blue Jays needed a spark yesterday, it was Springer that really got them going.
They had a great offensive series, a good offensive week for George Springer.
Homered in game 1, 2 hits and 2 RBIs on a double in game 2. 1-1. Outside 2-1. Not to mention the diving catch he made yesterday in center.
Yeah, he really gave a complete effort for the Blue Jays yesterday. An athletic catch coming in to shallow center field to rob the Orioles of a base hit.
2-1 offering. George swings at it and bounces it behind him foul.
He really has played like a $150 million player in the last few days. And this is despite the elbow discomfort that has him wearing a brace even now.
And like 50 of that 150 million is reserved for playoff George.
Yes.
2-2. And it hits him on the elbow. It looks like the other elbow or maybe the forearm. But the lead arm of Springer hit. He immediately twirled around in pain. And that is exactly what you don't want to see if you're rooting for the Blue Jays. Jose Ministral coming out, as is John Schneider, to check on the DH.
Springer in a lot of pain right now. He does have a protective guard on that elbow.
And it is the other elbow. The back right elbow has been bothering him a lot. This was the front left elbow. But regardless, that's not a spot you want to see him get hit.
We get a look at the replay here. It comes in and hits Springer, right on the elbow. It's a good thing he's wearing that protective guard because otherwise the impact would have been direct onto the elbow right there.
From his reaction, you have to imagine it's still a pretty painful thing to get, 90-something, looked like a two-seamer out of the hand of Kramer. And he's still talking with Jose Ministral and John Schneider. Ministral is feeling that left elbow. The Blue Jays have multiple outfielders on the bench. Jackie Bradley Jr. You got Bradley Zimmer. Also, he's DHing, so you could really fit anyone in there if you wanted to. But Springer is going to stay in the game. So he'll head down to first base. Hopefully nothing more than a bruise. And unfortunately, similar pitch to what happened to Ryan Mountcastle on the other side yesterday.
Yeah, it instantly reminded of that event yesterday, and Mountcastle initially stayed in the game, eventually left the game. He was playing first base, and with DH, the Blue Jays, as you were saying, there's even more flexibility. If they wanted to put in whoever it was, Kevin Biggio, for instance, then that would be an option that they could do at any point in this game. But for now, Springer out there, staying in the game at first base.
So here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr., nobody out, scoreless game. The pitch, low and away, 1-0. Vladdy retired in the first inning on a very nice running catch from Anthony Santander into foul territory. But still very impressive numbers against Dean Kramer in his career. 4 for 12, 3 homers, 5 runs batted in. Vladdy's sitting on 28 homers right now. The 1-0. Half-hearted swing on a breaking ball in the dirt. Count evens up at 1-1.
There was an awkward swing from Vladdy. Normally, you'd really see him rip it if he is trying to make contact. Caught off balance right there by Kramer.
It's like he almost instantly realized while swinging that he should hold up, but didn't have the time to. George with a 3.5, now 4-step lead off first. The 1-1. chopper foul, left side. Ball and 2 strikes. Today we have a special Junior Jays PA on public address. Is 8-year-old Alexa from Sarnia on her birthday. Happy birthday, Alexa. And following the Vladdy at bat, when Bo comes up, we'll lay out. You'll hear Alexa addressing the Blue Jays crowd. The 1-2. Inside, Vladdy showing a little Keanu Reeves flexibility as he ducks out of the way of a breaking ball. And they call it a change. No intent there. It's 2-2.
Yeah, changeup just got away from him. We've seen Bo try to elude pitches, in some cases successfully, in some cases not, in the course of the last week with some high and tight pitches, and Vladdy right there able to dodge that one.
Fans probably just a little bit on edge after Springer was hit by a pitch, also definitely unintentional. But Springer down at first was actually hit on this same count, 2-2. Throw over to first. George dives back safe and takes a second to get up as well. Springer already dealing with a sore right elbow, hit in the left elbow, but remaining in the game. Kramer steps off. I think it's good news for the Blue Jays. They have a day off tomorrow.
It always is. This time of year, a little reset.
Orioles do not have any days off for the rest of the season. 2-2 pitch. Hard hit ground ball, foul left side. Nice pick over there down the line by the attendant. And it's still 2-2. Orioles are in day 3 of 20 straight days of baseball. They are moving on to the fringes of contention. Still 5 games back of Seattle. But it's starting to get into nice story territory more than serious contender.
I think that's where we are right now for the Baltimore Orioles, and it is a great story. Take nothing away from what they've done.
Two. Low, strong take from Vladdy on a borderline pitch. Fastball that might have clipped a little of the zone, but it's a full count.
Yeah, really good take there. Clearly, this is a pitcher that Vladdy sees well. That ball just sinking below the zone on the outside part of the plate, and Vladdy says no.
Nobody out and a runner on first. The payoff, George leaves, swing, and a looper foul over the netting to the first base side.
Similar location to that one, arguably ball 4 that Vladdy swung at. Enough movement and deception there from Kramer to induce the swing from Vladdy. So this at-bat continues.
George was looking in while he was stealing. I mean, you always check at least, but I wonder if some sort of hit and run could have been on there. Vladdy with an opportunity to kind of Miguel Cabrera ball through the right side. See if George leaves or stays put this time. 3-2 again. He does go. The pitch is low and away. It's ball 4. So although they might have got George, the throw came in before him. He's laughing. I think the fans just figured out that George is safe, and Vladdy is going down to first with a walk.
Yeah, it looked like a
Bo Bichette.
Apologies to the birthday girl right there. Yeah, it looked as though George Springer got a little bit of a late jump heading towards second base, but the pitch was outside the strike zone, so now a couple runners on. This is getting interesting.
For Bo Bichette after the hit by pitch and the walk. Mound visit right now. The Orioles want to talk it over because Kramer has a little bit fallen apart to start this inning. Up 2-2 in a hit by pitch. Up 1-2 on Vladdy and ends up walking.
And again, this is a pitcher who is normally in the strike zone. He comes into this game with a 5.4% walk rate. That is better than league average. He is someone who likes to attack and likes to be in the strike zone, and generally that's worked for him this season.
This is only the second game he has walked 3 batters. That's a season high, and we're only in the 3rd inning Blue Jays and Orioles scoreless in the finale. Toronto looking for an important sweep. The pitch. Bichette swings and drives it to left field, a base hit. Springer gets the wave around third. The throw to the plate, offline. Blue Jays in front, 1-0. Bo Bichette goes after the first pitch, and Toronto scores first for the third straight game.
Well, who else would it be but Bo Bichette, right? With the month that he has had, able to make some very good contact, perhaps intuiting that the Orioles would likely come right over the plate after a hit by pitch and a walk. Bichette, very aggressive, hits the ball into left field, and Springer with the nice slide across home plate to score the first run of this game.
That looked like a middle sinker, and Bo all over it. A day after his on-base streak of 16 games came to an end, he's been aboard both times he's come up today. Still nobody out. The first pitch to Chapman, line to short. Mateo flips to second for one. Back over to first. That's a triple play. Wow. Matt Chapman lined it to Mateo. Vladdy was off second, so he threw it over to second for the double play. They threw it over to first with Bo off the bag for a triple play. And that's a weird way for us to end the third. The Blue Jays score one on one hit. They leave nobody on because of the triple play. It's 1-0 after 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer with a go-ahead 2-run homer.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
You knew this was coming.
Fourth inning at Rogers Center. The fourth inning is presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet. You can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Alek Manoah against Jesus Aguilar. The Blue Jays starter delivers, and it's inside 1-0. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Ben Nicholson-Smith. Show Ali, our in-game host and producer. Tom Young and Brett Armstrong are our technical directors. The 1-0. Swing and a pop-up. That drifts into shallow right field. Teoscar Hernandez waddling in. He makes the catch. There's the first out. Manoah pitching with the lead, and now in the bottom half of the order, righty heavy. This is what he wants to see.
Yeah, this is the part of the order where Alek Manoah is going to be at his best. It is a very unfavorable matchup for the Orioles with some of these right-handed hitters who, to be fair, are not the most prolific lineup in baseball. That distinction actually goes to the Blue Jays, who enter this game leading the American League in batting average, on base percentage, and slugging percentage.
Here's the pitch to Terrin Vavra. It's strike one. Vavra's the only left-handed hitter in the bottom five. This bottom five of the Orioles order, obviously really only one time through, 0 for 6. The top 4 have reached 4 out of 8 times. 0-1. Liner to center field, down, and a base hit. So the one lefty swinger in the bottom half now burns Manoah.
We're really seeing those splits play out in real time here as the lefties have been on base regularly against Manoah. But now he faces the chunk of the order that has 3 right-handed hitters in a row.
Righties hitting in the mid-100s with no power to speak of against Alek Manoah. Austin Hayes is first. He popped up to first back in the second inning. 1 out, 1 on, 1-0 Blue Jays thanks to the Bo Bichette RBI single. Manoah rocks and delivers. Fastball, strike 1. The velocity's jumped around a little bit, but we've seen him sit 92 to 94, which is what you want.
Yeah, no red flags with the velo today.
And Alek just looking better than he did when he was sick before his last start. Oh, 1. Ground ball through the vacated right side and into right field, a base hit. Vavra stops at second. Hayes is aboard, and there are 2 on with 1 out. With Vladdy holding on the runner and the Blue Jays playing to pull against the right-handed hitter, Espinal, the second baseman, was really close to the second base bag, so much space for that ground ball to get through.
Just a weak little chopper, but it ends up going for the 3rd hit of the game for Baltimore.
2 in a row for the Orioles. Here's Jorge Mateo, a .223 hitter. 65 pitches already for Manoah. His 66th is hammered to left field. Going back into the corner. That's a fair ball off the wall. 1 run will score. They hold up Hayes at third. It's an RBI double for Jorge Mateo and a 1-1 game.
Well, that is some very loud contact from Jorge Mateo, and this inning has taken a turn for Alek Manoah. Not only have the Orioles tied this up, but now Mateo at second base, Hayes at third base. Baltimore has a chance to add on here and take the lead.
Second inning in a row that the Orioles have brought second and third up with 1 or fewer outs. Manoah did pitch out of it in the 3rd. He pretty much needs to get Robinson Chirinos now with the top of the order coming up.
And this is the weakest hitter in the Baltimore lineup, a right-handed hitter. So on paper, fastball slider, this is a hitter that Manoah should be able to retire. But of course, it's baseball, so anything can happen.
Chirinos entered today's game with a 181 batting average. The pitch, swing and a foul off over the netting to the first base side. 0-1. 3 hits in a row for the Orioles, who had 1 hit total in 3 prior innings, and we're tied up at 1 aside. Lots of speed in Mateo on second. Hayes quick enough at third as well. Infield is playing back with the exception of Vladdy at first.
Quite an eventful few minutes for Mateo, who started a triple play and then hits an RBI double.
Yeah, the Blue Jays had first and second, nobody out after scoring in the 3rd inning. Couldn't add on because of the triple play. 0-1 low. And that could end up being a big swing. Like you mentioned, he comes back with the double, ties this game, and puts Baltimore in a spot to maybe take a lead.
Yeah, that ball off the bat of Mateo, I thought for a second, is that going to go? Did that have enough juice to go? And then it was close to being foul as well.
1-1. Called strike 2 on a fastball. Yeah, that ball was close to going out, close to going foul. Ended up just kind of hitting near 328 in the corner in the left field wall. Manoah's searching for a second strikeout of Chirinos. Got him with a slider last inning. The 1-2 pitch. Pop up over the head of Vlad at first. Espinal, the second baseman, behind him to make the play. Almost a dangerous blooper there, but instead it's the second out.
Yeah, some nice range, a good read by Santiago Espinal, who runs over between first and second on the infield dirt to make that catch. And really, that is such a huge out for Alek Manoah, because you go from a situation where a fly ball could have tied the game or could have given the Orioles the lead, a single certainly could still score a couple, but now the Orioles will need a base hit if they want to continue this inning and potentially take the lead over Toronto.
The good news for Baltimore, though, top of the order, left-handed hitting Cedric Mullins. Manoah delivers and hits the outside of the zone, 0-1. The Orioles have seldom led in this series. Blue Jays won both of the first two games, 6-3. The only Oriole lead, game one, Adley Rutschman homers in the fourth to go up 2-1. But in the fifth, the Blue Jays respond with a home run of their own to take it back. (0-1), popped up foul left side, 0-2. So if you're doing math along with us at home, we're in the 22nd inning of this series. They led for 3 half innings, if you want to count the one where Rutschman homered, then the bottom of the fourth, then the top of the fifth. It's been all Blue Jays all series, but they are pushing Alek Manoah right now with 2 in scoring position and 2 out. 1 run in this inning for Baltimore to make it a 1-1 game. Manoah ahead, no balls and 2 strikes on Mullins. The big right-hander deals. Fly ball down the left field line. That will go foul out of play. Still 0-2.
And really, this fits with the trend that we've seen all afternoon from Baltimore. They're making Manoah work. He's already up to 73 pitches. Here we are in the 4th inning. So this is probably not going to be one of those days where we see Manoah pitching into the 7th inning. As you said, going into this game, he's been tremendous on that front. But today, if the Jays get 5, they're probably happy.
Trying to get through 4. Manoah's 0-2. In the dirt, skips away from Jansen, but only just. Danny got a good chunk of it. It rolls to the right. Everyone stays put. It's 1-2. The interesting thing is a couple Blue Jays priority arms probably not available out of the pen. 2 days in a row for Jimmy Garcia, and he's given up runs in both, so scratch him off the list.
And 4 of 6.
And Tim Meza has pitched back-to-back days. So you would think he's probably not available. Anthony Bass, Adam Sinber, both rested yesterday. So they're likely available for leverage innings.
Yeah, we can see Richards to Sinber to Bass to Romano. Romano certainly would be available after pitching yesterday and with the off day tomorrow. But I agree, Jimmy Garcia and likely Tim Meza unavailable today.
Manoah's 1-2. Line to center field. Should be playable for Tapia. He's over in left center and snags it to end the inning. A tough start. 3 hits for the Orioles and 1 run. But Manoah strands a pair in scoring position and keeps the game tied. It's 1-1 through 3.5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park. A new Oktoberfest style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. 1-1 between the Blue Jays and the Orioles. Bottom of the fourth, Dean Kramer versus Teoscar Hernandez. Blue Jays right fielder leads off. The wind of the pitch. Breaking ball lands high. It's a ball and no strikes. Well, fans, we're about halfway through the month, and Jays Care's Super September 50-50 jackpot is on a record-setting pace, sitting at over $1 million. And if that isn't enough, there are 16 incredible early bird prizes still up for grabs. From signed Blue Jays merchandise to cash prizes, you won't want to miss out on Jays Care's biggest draw ever. Join in on the excitement of the playoff push and get your tickets from anywhere in Ontario at bluejays.com/5050. A bit of an infield mound visit there after that first pitch.
Yeah, after Kramer delivered the pitch, he bounced off the mound in some sort of discomfort or frustration.
1-0. Teoscar swings and sends it into the 500 level or just below into the sweet level right side.
Unclear exactly what happened, but Jorge Mateo picked up on that from shortstop, went in to talk to Kramer, who waved off Brandon Hyde, said, "I'm okay," and kept going.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Typically, when a pitcher makes a walk like that, he's signaling that he might be injured. That's what a lot of them do, or that at least they need someone to come out and talk to them. I don't know if maybe he was just upset. It did look like he missed his spot royally with the breaking ball, and there that breaking ball hits the dirt, so it's 2-2 against Teoscar.
It was certainly a hanger.
Yeah. He hung it so high that Teo didn't swing. If he had hung it, it was better than hanging it a little bit lower, because that likely would have been Teo's 21st home run. 2-2, swing and a miss, locates that breaking pitch off the outside corner. Teo down for the first out of the bottom of the fourth, and that's the first strikeout today for Dean Kramer.
Yeah, not a big strikeout pitcher. He hasn't been at his sharpest today with a few walks already, but still into the fourth inning against the American League's best offensive team, and he's only allowed one run to this point.
1-1, bottom of the fourth. Raimel Tapia to the plate. He had the first Blue Jay hit today. Tapia, the lone left-handed batter in the Blue Jays lineup. First pitch. Outside, 1-0. I'm surprising you a little bit with this, but so much going on. You want to check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. There's been massive developments.
Yes, let's definitely check in there.
1-0. Outside, 2-0.
And we have to start in Milwaukee. Yankees are in Milwaukee, and Aaron Judge has hit home run number 58. So that is inching him closer to 61. Of course, the Yankees record, the American League record.
Set by Roger Maris way back when. 2-0. Fouled off a liner above the Blue Jays dugout, third base side.
Now, Anthony Rizzo has also homered for the Yankees, but the Brewers are leading that game 4-3. Garrett Cole on the mound. He's already allowed 4 earned runs, including a couple of home runs for the Brewers, including a 3-run shot to Colton Wong.
Brewers looking for a sweep. They're in a playoff race, too. The 2-1 cut on and missed. Change up away. Brewers opened up a game or two back today on the NL side. It's the Padres that they're trying to chase. Also the Phillies, who the Blue Jays visit after this series. 2-2 offering. Tapia hits it on one hop to third. Backhanded by Gunnar Henderson. He throws to first. Tapia loses his helmet as he's beat by a step. 2 outs for the Orioles. Bottom 4. What else do we have on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard? It looks like in in St. Petersburg, things are getting a little bit closer.
They are, yes. The Rangers now trailing the Rays just by 1 run. That's a 4-3 ball game in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the Rays behind the Blue Jays in the wild card chase. So we'll keep an eye on that one as the afternoon unfolds. The Mariners at the Angels later this afternoon.
First pitch to Danny Jansen high, 1-0. In that Texas game, Josh Young, their big prospect called up recently who homered against the Blue Jays. Well, he's homered again. He's driven in 2. The 1-0. Swing and a ground ball, nubbed foul right side. And the funny thing about the Young family, there's not just one. There's another. Jace Young is the top position player prospect for the Tigers.
Wow.
At the high A level with the West Michigan Whitecaps right now.
Very cool. So we'll keep an eye on that game. Keep an eye on the Mariners game when it gets started. And, of course, the Yankees. I mean, that's really the game to watch at this point.
1-1 pitch. High ball 2. Things become more and more realistic if the Blue Jays can keep winning and the Yankees keep losing, frankly. They need to get it to around 3 games when the Yankees come here in late September.
Exactly. And 4.5 right now as things stand.
The 2-1 called strike. Kramer a strike away from a 1-2-3 frame. It would be his first such inning of the game. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Knotted up at 1. Only 2 hits for the Blue Jays. The pitch. Jansen flies it to deep center. Mullins going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It's gone! Blue Jays on top again. In just over 50 games, Danny Jansen has matched his season high in home runs. His 13th blast of the year, a solo shot, makes it 2-1.
Dead center field. Danny Jansen takes a pitch from the outside lower part of the strike zone and hits it over the wall beyond the reach of Cedric Mullins. On his first day catching Alek Manoah this season, he has made a very significant offensive contribution.
Here's the pitch to Espinal. It's a called strike 1. Danny doing it with a new haircut, too. He lost a bet, and he has shaved his hair, not fully bald, not totally like the guy a floor above us on TV, but pretty close as the 0-1 bounces away. But maybe the look works for him.
It's certainly working so far.
And that's just a mistake there as we see the replay on our monitors for Kramer. That's a fastball pretty much right down the middle. 1-1. Espinal drives it very high, but very foul to the pull side. 1-2.
And pitchers make mistakes. I mean, as good as these major league pitchers are, they're going to miss their spots from time to time. And a lot of the time you get away with it, like that breaking ball that he hung to Teoscar Hernandez. Sometimes you can slip those past hitters. And in this case, Danny Jansen was ready, and he made great contact, 400-plus feet to center field.
So 2-1 Blue Jays, bottom of the 4th. With 2 outs, the 1-2 pitch. Espinal flies it down the right field line. That one drifts foul. Still 1-2. One final tie back on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Phillies are who the Blue Jays play next. They have a tough series right now against Atlanta, so maybe their bullpen can get a little bit taxed trying to deal with the really tough Braves before the Blue Jays take them on twice at Citizens Bank. 1-2. High chopper to short. Backhanded by Mateo. Laser over to first. Beats the speedy Espinal, and that's the end of the 4th inning. Danny Jansen's solo shot, the only hit in the inning, but the only one the Blue Jays need to take the lead. It's 2-1 Toronto after 4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio. Are you considering a new audio-video system for your home? Wouldn't it be nice to see a real-life application of the latest and greatest technology? Then visit EOC Audio's all-new lifestyle showroom in Lisle. See technology in a home-like setting. Listen to some amazing Golden Ear or B&W speakers, experience an outdoor system, and take a few swings on the golf simulator. You can even check out what a TV in the shower looks like. Schedule your tour today at eocaudio.com. That's eocaudio.com.
There goes another one. Teo just hit one way over the fence zone.
Guess who's come to play today?
Teoscar Hernandez goes yard on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Be sure to watch on City TV for full coverage of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, hosted by Lisa LaFlemme tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Time for the fifth inning, presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can bet on things like player props, totals, or the money line across many different sports. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Alek Manoah continues his start versus Adley Rutschman. The pitch. It's outside, ball one. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. 4 outfielders again versus Rutschman, the switch hitter batting left. The 1-0, cut and a miss, 1-1. And this can be sometimes what make people uncomfortable with the analytics game. Rutschman doubles down the left field line when they're shifting him to right field last time, but the numbers say that if you stick with shifting him right and 4 outfielders, you're going to get him out more often than not. Next pitch, a little bit high.
And he's still young enough in his major league career that, of course, rival teams don't have a ton of data on him, but approaching 100 career games, they have a pretty good idea of what he can do. And even minor leaguers, as they arrive in the major leagues, teams have pretty good data on them.
Most minor league teams now have at least a sports science coach traveling with them, tracking some of this stuff. 2-1 is popped up left side into the fans, foul. 2-2. So, yeah, you'll see shifting in the minor leagues. They don't have as much info, but you can at least have a vague idea of how much a guy pulls it, goes to the middle of the field, and goes to the opposite field. At the major league level, they'll break it into more than just kind of 3 parts of the field, oppo, pull, and center. 2-2, strike 3 looking, 96-mile-per-hour heater on the inner part. And finally, Rutschman set down in his third battle with Manoah.
Doesn't matter how they were shifting him. If Manoah keeps coming at him with pitches like that, well located on the inside part of the plate at 96, no defenders required for that putout.
That is the hardest thrown fastball by Manoah today. And a big out to start this top of the fifth. 1-0 Blue Jays. The pitch to Anthony Santander, stroke to center field. Tapia ranging to left center, reaches out, hauls it in. And it's now only 6 pitches to get 2 outs. Big for Manoah, trying to push maybe into the 6th inning.
Yeah, this really helps his chances of going beyond this inning right here. I mean, this is an inning where he started deep into the 70s and now just efficient through the middle of the Baltimore lineup to this point, with the youngest hitter in baseball now stepping in.
Both bullpens quiet right now. Gunnar Henderson to the plate, left-handed hitter. They play him straight up. The pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. 0-1. Henderson with a walk and a strikeout. Manoah's next pitch. Cut on and missed, and it's 0-2. Well, and the good news for Alec, if he can get through this one pretty soon, is that the bottom of the order is due up next. They did get to him last time, but in theory, still the part of the order he matches up better against. 0-2 pitch. Check swing on a fastball high. Appeal, strike 3, called by Quinn Walcott. The third base umpire rings up Henderson to end the inning. Alek Manoah with a pair of Ks in the top of the 5th to keep it 2-1 Blue Jays halfway through. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and security. So from simple to the extreme, whether it's hanging a TV, building an outdoor oasis for you and the whole family to enjoy, integrating a theater into your existing living space, at EOC, we're about exceeding your expectations. And the best way for us to do that is to make sure you understand how everything works when we're done. That's what differentiates EOC Audio from all the rest. Visit our new showroom in Lisle or check us out at eocaudio.com. That's eocaudio.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low line drive played on a bounce by Bichette. Runs into the bag himself. Snaps the throw to first. A dig by Guerrero to get the out.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Bottom of the 5th inning at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays on top 2-1 over the Orioles, looking for a weekend sweep. With Ben Nicholson-Smith, I'm Ben Schulman. 9-1-2 for the Blue Jays in this 5th inning. Whit Merrifield, George Springer, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. are due up. Merrifield bats from the right side to lead off. Dean Kramer's pitch. Called strike 1. Kramer has been good today. It's just been 1 or 2 mistakes that have put him in a hole 2-1 Blue Jays.
Yeah, that fastball to Danny Jansen, the most recent mistake, the most damaging so far.
The 0-1. Merrifield strokes it high and deep to left. Hayes going back. He's at the wall, reaches up and makes the catch. Whit Merrifield so close from his second Blue Jay home run.
Off the bat, I thought that was going to leave the yard, and Whit Merrifield came very close, sending Hayes to the wall, but ultimately the first out of the inning. And now we see George Springer back in the box after getting hit.
Springer stayed on the bases in the 3rd inning, but he was talking to Jose Ministral and John Schneider in between innings about that front left elbow. But remains in the game. By the way, on the Merrifield fly ball, I feel like if the roof is open, maybe there's a chance that ball gets out with the way the wind's helped guys in this series. The pitch to George is popped up behind first. Long run for Aguilar down the line, reaches back and makes the catch. There you see the veteran savvy of the 32-year-old Jesus Aguilar. Nice catch for the second out.
Yeah, very nice play by Aguilar to go and get that ball. That should be an out. That's a play that you want your big league first baseman to make. Springer retire.
George shaking out that left elbow after the swing, and you wonder how many more he goes in for. Maybe they keep him in because the Blue Jays are in a close one. But at the same time, they've already won the series. They have 5 guys, if you count Kirk, on the bench that could come in at DH.
And you know, if he was playing center field today, maybe you're a bit more aggressive in pulling him. Because he's a DH, he gets to rest in between. He doesn't have that added strain, so that could factor in as well.
Here's the pitch to Vladdy. Big cut and a miss on a 95-mile-per-hour heater. 0-1. 2 outs and the bases empty. Blue Jays have scored in each of the last 2 innings. First the Bo RBI single, then the Jansen home run. The 0-1. Vladdy with another big cut and a miss, another 95-mile-per-hour heater. Everyone and their mom has been pitching Vladdy low and away. Kramer's going up with fastballs and succeeding.
So far.
Does he dare put a third one up there for Vladdy? The 0-2. Swing and a line drive to left center field. That's a base hit rolling toward the gap. Mullins cuts it off. Vladdy wants second. He dives in safely. A 2-out double for Guerrero. It looked like another elevated pitch, and finally, Vladdy burned it.
Well, that's just what Vlad Guerrero Jr. is going to do. If you try to pitch him up with fastballs over and over, you give him multiple looks at that pitch, and he just sends it through shortstop into left center field. It's actually an aggressive send by Mark Budzinski at first base, who pointed Vladdy towards second base. But with 2 outs, they want to be aggressive. They want Vladdy in scoring position here. And that's where he now stands.
Vladdy with a head-first dive that showed reckless abandon. He goes full airborne to get in scoring position for Bichette with 2 outs. Kramer from the stretch. Peaks at second and delivers home. It's low, ball 1.
Vladdy loves that aggressive base running. He can really get moving. Once he builds up ahead of steam, he really does have some good speed.
Sneaky fast, and Vladdy with that base hit up to 12 games on his hit streak. The next pitch to Bo outside. That 12-game hit streak, longest active in the American League. Only 1 short of Trey Turner for the longest active streak in Major League Baseball. Vlad has put together 3 of these hit streaks this year of a dozen games or more.
1 of 20 plus.
Yeah. The 2-0. Inside 3-0. Bo has yet to be retired today. Walked and then had that RBI single in the 3rd. Was called out as part of a triple play, but is 1 for 1 with a walk and an RBI officially. 3-0 offering. High and in, ball 4. Never even really challenged Bo. Kramer will instead face Matt Chapman. And that walk, the 4th of the game, the most Dean Kramer has issued in any game this year.
Yeah, he's not at his sharpest right now. Realizing that, Brandon Hyde of the Orioles gets on the phone. The Orioles are going to get some activity up in their bullpen. But for anybody wondering, the Blue Jays bullpen has remained quiet this entire time. Alek Manoah at 84 pitches. He has really settled in after a 4th inning in which the Orioles scored their run on 3 hits, but a very quick 5th means that he'll be coming out for the 6th inning.
Chris Holt, the pitching coach, out to the mound on the Baltimore side, and at least stretching right now in the Orioles pen was Cionel Perez, who hasn't pitched yet this series because he's a high leverage guy. Orioles haven't held late leads, but here in game 3, Brandon Hyde probably will use some of his leverage guys like Perez and Dylan Tate and maybe even a Felix Bautista if it's close.
Yeah, maybe Felix Bautista, just a great closer for Baltimore. He's got a great entrance, too. We won't see that, of course, here in Toronto. But if Jordan Romano comes in, roof closed, it's always a dramatic scene here. And at this point, 2-1 game, there's definitely a chance that we see Jordan Romano.
Double barrel action in the right field bullpen. Perez is not throwing yet. Instead, it's Dylan Tate and Keegan Aiken. Tate likely if they take the lead. Aiken probably if they don't. Here's the pitch to Matt Chapman. He takes a strike. It's 0-1. Runners on first and second and 2 outs. Chapman grounded into a fielder's choice and lined into a triple play. Spin around and a check on second, but Vladdy back safely. Let me clarify. Likely if the inning continues, I think they go to Aiken. But if right now Baltimore can hold it, then maybe next time around they'll go to Tate to try and keep this a 2-1 game.
Aiken looked good yesterday.
0-1. Chapman hammers it foul up the left field line. One hops into the netting. Aiken's kind of the number 2 lefty, Perez being their number 1, but he's pitching late innings for them constantly. The Orioles begging for a chance to use some of these high leverage guys.
And in contrast to that, the Blue Jays might not have a leverage lefty today, with Tim Meza having worked 2 in a row.
0-2 outside. Yeah, for the Blue Jays, they don't really have a lefty at all. Yusei Kikuchi went 2 innings in game 1. Highly doubtful he would enter a game. One-two pitch. Strike 3 looking. Fastball on the outside corner. Chapman not in love with it. It did appear to hit the zone. And that will end the 5th. Vladdy's double and Bo's walk started a rally, but both are stranded. Through 5, the Blue Jays still on top. It's 2-1 Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is a... What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Hey, it's David from EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and security. So from simple to the extreme, whether it's hanging a TV, building an outdoor oasis for you and the whole family to enjoy, integrating a theater into your existing living space, at EOC, we're about exceeding your expectations. And the best way for us to do that is to make sure you understand how everything works when we're done. That's what differentiates EOC Audio from all the rest. Visit our new showroom in Lisle or check us out at EOCaudio.com. That's EOCaudio.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
And see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Alek Manoah remains on the mound. The Blue Jays starter gets Jesus Aguilar to begin the top of the 6th with Toronto up 2-1. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Ben Nicholson-Smith. The right-on-right pitch is a heater at the top of the zone. Strike 1. Aguilar 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. The 0-1. Slider low. And this feels like probably the last inning for Manoah with the pitch count in the mid-80s.
I agree. I think that if they can get him through 6 innings, get a quality start out of Manoah, then that leaves 3 to get through with the bullpen, and that would be doable today.
The 1-1 is flied to shallow left field. Merrifield charging in, now into a jog. He squeezes it off his left shoulder, and there's one out.
Although if he keeps getting these 1 or 2 or 3 pitch outs, then you never know.
If he gets a 1, 2, 3, maybe the 8 and 9 hitters, Jorge Mateo, Robinson, Chirinos, start the 7th. You never know.
His season high for pitches is 107. Right now, 87 pitches for Manoah.
Not bad. Terran Vavra coming up, left-handed hitting second baseman. He started the run-scoring rally against Manoah back in the 4th. singled as part of a streak of 3 Orioles base hits in a row. Manoah kicks and deals. Fastball low. It's time to check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Ben, what's going on?
Well, let's start in Milwaukee because that is where the Yankees are playing today. Those of you who have stuck with us all day know that Aaron Judge already has homer 58.
1-0, ground ball up the first base line. It hooks foul into Vladdy's glove, 1-1.
So 58 home runs for Aaron Judge, 31 for Anthony Rizzo. But in the 4th inning, the Brewers still have a 4-3 lead over Garrett Cole and the Yankees.
Considering it was Cole versus Jason Alexander, I think the Orioles very happy with this turning into a higher scoring game. Manoah's 1-1. High and outside with a heater, 2-1. While it's low scoring here, 2-1 Blue Jays with 1 out in the top of the 6th. A couple other games around the division and around the American League are also pretty high scoring.
Yeah, exactly. The Red Sox leading over the Royals 5-3 at Fenway.
2-1 pitch, high 3-1. That's a mini comeback for the Red Sox. They were trailing earlier on.
And perhaps of more interest to the Blue Jays and to their fans, the Rays hosting the Rangers at the Trop, and Tampa leading 5-3 at this point. That game in the top of the 7th inning.
So that was a 4-1 Tampa lead, then a 4-3 Tampa lead. Now they have extended it again. 3-1 pitch. Favre swings and flies it into a sea of hands. Third base side foul. 3-2. Elsewhere on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Philly, the next team the Blue Jays will take on, has tied Atlanta. Manoah's payoff. Slider outside, ball 4. Manoah issues another walk. That's his 4th of the game, and notable Adam Simber is warming up in left field.
Yeah, at this point, that 1-2-3 inning will not happen. Pete Walker coming out to chat with Manoah. And at this point, probably a couple more batters here. Hard to imagine that he sees Cedric Mullins in the top of their order again. 93 pitches for Manoah. Simber ready to go if the Jays need him.
It's Austin Hayes due up next, who's 1 for 2. And then after that, Jorge Mateo, 1 for 2 with an RBI double. So Pete Walker talking to Manoah, trying to figure out how they can get him to 6 innings. If he gets a ground ball, he could be out of it right away. But it's a 2-1 game, and you don't want to be too risky with available arms in the pen like Simber. By the way, we were mentioning the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Bet365 standings update. Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook with 63 million members worldwide, 19+, play responsibly, Ontario only. Blue Jays up a game and a half on those aforementioned Rays. First pitch to Hayes is high, 1-0 with a runner on and 1 out. We were looking over the Yankees score. Blue Jays are 4.5 back of the Yankees as we entered play today. Seattle, the Blue Jays are up 2 games on, but notable for Seattle, the Blue Jays have lost that head-to-head tiebreaker for the season, so they need to finish ahead of Seattle. Next pitch to Hayes is fly to deep left field. Merrifield has a beat on it, going back 5 feet in front of the track, catches it off to his left, and heaves it back into Bo Bichette. 2 outs. The runner has to hold at first.
A well-struck fly ball, but not enough to do any damage.
There have been a couple loud outs today, but you need those every once in a while, especially when you've been as good as Alek Manoah has been. You're going to catch some breaks. As we sit here now, he is a 2.41 ERA. He's putting together one of the greatest single seasons a pitcher has had in Blue Jays history.
Without exaggeration.
Here's the pitch to Jorge Mateo. It's strike 1. I mean, this goes up with Juan Guzman in 92, Dave Stieb in 82, some of Roy Halladay's best years.
Roger Clemens,
of course. The 0-1, fouled back 0-2. Robbie Ray won the Cy Young last year, but at the same time, competition level different. If you were to look at Robbie Ray's year last year and Manoah's this year, I think 99 of 100 would take Manoah's year this year. Now, not to take away from Robbie, who was phenomenal last year too.
A deserving Cy Young winner for sure. It just feels different too because everyone knew Robbie Ray was a free agent after the year, whereas Manoah, you feel as though you're building towards something.
Just year two. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball, strike three looking. 96 on the outside corner, and Alek Manoah ends his outing in style. 6 innings of 1-run ball. He had to fight the whole way through, and that will likely be the end of his night. He keeps the Blue Jays in front as we go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 2-1 Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Uber bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Danny Jensen gets to see the best staff in baseball up close. The glass is held. This is Blue Jays Baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Bottom of the 6th inning in downtown Toronto. The Blue Jays are 3.5 innings away from a series sweep over the Baltimore Orioles. I'm Ben Schulman with Ben Nicholson-Smith. Teoscar Hernandez leads off against still Dean Kramer for Baltimore, the starter working into his 6th inning. Here's his 82nd pitch of the day. Teoscar fouls it back, 0-1. What are your thoughts on Kramer still being around after they had multiple relievers up last inning?
Well, you wonder how long they stick with him here. He's certainly been a guy who's emerging as a good pitcher for Baltimore. He's certainly doing his job so far today. 10 years ago, you wouldn't think anything of it.
Kramer's 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. Baltimore does have its 2 main setup men up. Dylan Tate, the right-hander, Cianel Perez, the left-hander, both throwing. 0-2, swing and a miss. Teoscar down on 3 pitches for the 3rd strikeout of the day by Dean Kramer. 1 down.
And it does look as though Alek Manoah likely done. He embraced his teammates in the dugout. He's right now chatting to Bo Bichette along the dugout rail. So it appears as though his day is done, with Trevor Richards now warming in the Blue Jays bullpen. You wonder if the Jays like Richards change up against some of the lefty hitters Baltimore has coming up.
Raimel Tapia, left-handed hitter, asks for time and gets it granted at the last second. Richards, or whoever's going to come in, it's going to be Chirinos and then the top of the order. Game 1 of this series, Richards is the opener. He struck out the top 3 hitters in the order. So definitely some good evidence to help his case out there. Kramer now offers to Tapia and misses low, 1-0. 1 out, bases empty, 2-1 Blue Jays. This has been a pitcher's duel and a defense duel, 4 hits aside. But the Blue Jays with that Danny Jansen solo home run, the one more impactful hit. 1-0, down and in. Feels like for the Blue Jays, the runway is somewhat Richards/Simber, Bass, Romano.
Yeah, I think that's the combination of relievers that we see today.
2-0 offering. Big swing and a miss from Tapia.
Simber's already pitched 3 times this week for the Jays, but of course that's nothing new for him. He leads Major League Baseball with 68 relief appearances already.
John Schneider was clear, though, that there are some days where Simber is too tired. Told us that a couple days ago. 2-1, line shot in top of the net. Bounces in front of the camera well, third base side. He said even though he throws sidearm, he can throw more often, but it's not like his arm is just completely rubber. He has to rest sometimes. They were warming him up, but have since sat him down. So the best bet right now, I guess, is Richards to be pitching in the 7th inning against 9-1-2.
Yeah.
Kramer trying to make it through 6. Orioles starter uncorks and misses on a bounce near the back ankle of Tapia. Full count.
Already 4 walks for Kramer. Uncharacteristic. Manoah as well with 4 walks. So these hitters have been working the starting pitchers pretty well today.
But Kramer has fared the best of any of the 3 starting pitchers for Baltimore so far. He's pitched around some traffic. 3-2. Tapia pops it up. Foul territory left side. That's towering, but it's into the seats. Really a pivotal part of Kramer's strong performance was in the 3rd inning. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Bo Bichette singles. So still 1st and 2nd, nobody out, and a 1-0 lead. And then a Matt Chapman liner finds the glove of Jorge Mateo, who turns a triple play. The 3-2. Tapia hits it hard on the ground. Backhand side for Mateo, the shortstop. He bounces it over to first in time. Tapia retired. He doesn't agree and immediately throws his arm up to the dugout to try and take a look at that one. He's not moving from the first base line.
John Schneider indicating that the Blue Jays may want to take a look at this play. They're now determining if this is worth reviewing. Casey Candell, the bench coach, on the phone. It was a close play and a really strong defensive effort by Mateo, who intentionally bounced it over.
Schneider just put a thumbs up signaling he's not going to challenge it. It looks close on replay, but call on the field out. You need to know for sure to overturn it, and it looked like maybe he was out on the slow-mo.
They got him. Great stretch by Aguilar as well. Not quite the Vlad Jr. level of splits, but then again, who can match that kind of flexibility?
Maybe when he was Vlad Jr.'s age. You know, he's a little bit later into his career. And yeah, few do it like Vlad. Here's the pitch to Danny Jansen. Outside, ball 1. Jansen with a walk and a solo home run. His blast to center field in the 4th, the difference in this game. 2-1 Blue Jays, the 1-0 pitch. Outside and low.
And if you're the Jays, you have to feel pretty good about the decision to go with Jansen as opposed to Kirk. Kirk, of course, dealing with some hip tightness, so the Jays wanted to give him a rest. Jansen and Manoah worked well together. Manoah with a quality start, allowing just 1 run.
2-0. Called strike on the corner.
And Danny Jansen contributing offensively, the base on balls and the home run to dead center.
And he's a guy you want to pencil into the lineup a lot in the playoffs. If you can DH Kirk. The 2-1. Down and away. On nights where you don't need to DH Springer or Vlad, you probably form your best offensive lineup by having Jansen catch and Kirk DH, the way Danny's hit this year.
Yeah, he's been having a great offensive season. OPS up to 832, 13 home runs. So it gives you another option. I mean, there could be matchups where you want a left-handed hitter or you want to get Lourdes Gurriel Jr. off his feet for whatever reason. He's DHing.
3-1 offering is down ball 4. A second walk for Danny, this time with 2 outs. He keeps the inning alive.
So there are some different configurations the Jays could consider. Of course, assuming that Kirk is able to continue his recovery from this hip issue, then you would think that he'll be catching Manoah in the playoffs.
Brandon Hyde out to the mound. It looks like he has seen enough after Kramer's season-high 5th walk. He makes the signal to the bullpen. So it's a pitching change for the Orioles, brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty, pro all the way. Runner on first, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning, 2-1 Blue Jays. And before we give you the deets on the new pitcher, let's go to Show Ali in baseball control.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some audio to listen to. ESPN's Jeff Passan on with Blair and Barker earlier Friday morning. More from Passan and the guys on a potential Vladdy Jr. contract extension in the not-too-distant future.
Would you be worried he hits a lot of ground balls?
No, because I think that's something that can change. I think that's something that you can fix. Like, you're not seeing a guy naturally gaining, 6-8 miles per hour on his exit velocity. You do see guys typically gain 6-8 percentage points on their fly ball rates. You do see changes in, not necessarily changes in swing, but changes in approach. Do things to make that go away. We saw it with Christian Yelich for a while there, and he put up a couple of absolutely incredible seasons, and then the ground balls crept back into his game a little more, and we see what's happened there. It's a dangerous thing for guys who hit the ball hard to hit it on the ground, because you're just not maximizing what you can be at that point.
That's ESPN's Jeff Passan on with Blair and Barker earlier Friday morning. Don't forget, you can watch City TV for full coverage of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. It is hosted by Lisa LaFlamme Monday morning starting 5 a.m. Eastern, again on City TV. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. As is tradition on an NFL Sunday, a quick check of the football scores. Final starting to trickle in. Colts at Jags. Christian Kirk with 2 touchdowns today. A 37-yard run from James Robinson. Jags blanked the Colts 24-0. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Let's get you back to the other side of downtown Toronto at the Rogers Center. Dylan Tate on the mound for the O's. Here's Ben Schulman and Ben Nicholson-Smith.
How about them Jags show? That is wild. Blanking the Indianapolis Colts on a football Sunday. We had a 1:30 start here, and the Blue Jays are leading 2-1 as right-hander Dylan Tate takes over. Again, the pitching change brought to you by Certainty, pro all the way. Runner on first, 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. Santiago Espinal is up. Tate rocks and delivers. First pitch grounded to third. Henderson gloves it, throws to second the short way. 1 pitch to end the inning. The Blue Jays with a 2-out walk, but that runner is stranded, and it's still 2-1 through 6. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball isn't.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
And you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown. Protect, maintain, save. New pitcher for the Blue Jays. Trevor Richards is into the game. Pitching change is brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Richards in to face 9-1-2, but Alek Manoah again, really good.
Absolutely. Pushing over 180 innings on the season, 183 and 2/3 now in the books for Manoah with starts remaining. So he's on track to end up close to 200 innings in his first full season as a starter, with one of the best ERAs in the American League, one of the highest WAR totals in the American League, a strong Cy Young contender along with the likes of McClanahan and Cease and Verlander.
Here's the first pitch. It's stroked to center field. Tapia twisting and turning. He makes the catch. One pitch, one out, as Robinson Chirinos is retired by Trevor Richards. Here come the lefties, and this is why Richards would be put in the game.
Yeah, exactly. He has that changeup that plays well against left-handed hitters like Cedric Mullins, and the Blue Jays like using him against opposite-hand hitters. So on a day that Tim Meza is either unavailable or someone the Blue Jays would strongly prefer not to use, here's Richards.
First pitch to Cedric Mullins, a changeup for a strike. 0-1. The 0-1 offering, down low, another change. And talking to Pete Walker after the Game 1 bullpen game win, he gave a ton of credit to Richards for the team's ability to come out and win kind of with the odds against them, using 7 different pitchers in 9 innings. 1-1, downstairs, third straight change. He said that Richards coming in, striking out the side, bouncing back when he understands that probably a lot of people doubted the move, given Richards' performance the day before, just lit a fire under the team to go out and score and set the tone for all the other pitchers. 2-1, ripped on the ground to first. Vladdy backhands it. He'll take it to the bag himself. 2 down.
Yeah, he was a big part of that Friday win and has a chance to be a big part of today's game as well against the top of this Baltimore lineup. And Adley Rutschman, as tough as it gets in this Orioles lineup, stepping in now.
Richards did strike him out when he pitched against him in the first game, but Adley today 1 for 2 with a walk, and his one hit was a double. Manoah did strike him out once, looking on a fastball in the 5th. They go back to the 4 outfield defense. The first pitch in the dirt, 1-0.
Just on Manoah, that is his 23rd quality start of the year, and that is second in Major League Baseball. Only Framber Valdez has more. Just remarkable consistency from Alek Manoah this season.
For those who don't know, at least 6 innings and 3 or fewer runs. The 1-0, high 2-0. It's a stat that was really highly valued in the past. It's probably lost a little of its value, but if you want to look, is this guy giving us a chance to win? A quality start is always giving you a chance to win. And Alek does that every single time.
He really does.
The 2-0. Just high. And Richards has fallen behind now. 3 balls and no strikes to Rutschman with 2 outs and the bases empty. After the 3-0, Chapman, the third baseman who was kind of playing at short, has now moved across to the right side. So nobody on this left side of the infield. 3 infielders on the right and 4 outfielders. 3-0 pitch, fastball down the heart of the plate, 3-1.
Yeah, they're really expecting Rutschman in this hitter advantage count to load up and pull the ball if he does make contact.
To compensate, Whit Merrifield has moved even closer to the left field line. He is hugging it in left. 3-1 pitch. Called strike 2. Back-to-back fastballs. Maybe Rutschman starting to look for that change. And Richards mixing his timing up. He's worked the count back full.
Adam Simber available in the Blue Jays bullpen should they need him.
Second inning in a row that Simber has been getting loose. 3-2. Fastball low, ball 4. Richards a little frustrated with himself after losing Rutschman. Anthony Santander comes up representing the go-ahead run in this top of the 7th.
Yeah, Rutschman's ability to get on base proving to be so valuable for Baltimore. Yet again, he's on for the third time today, 2 of those via the walk. But there's a reason that he's second in the American League among rookie position players with 4.2 WAR. Only Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners with more.
And Julio does have the jump on him in terms of games. Julio came up earlier, although did get hurt. Here's Anthony Santander, switch hitter batting left, 0 for 3. 3 outs, all in the air. The pitch. Fly to left field. Merrifield with a long run in. Chapman, the third baseman, sprinting out. He dives behind him. It lands foul. Wow, that would have been a near impossible play to make for Matt Chapman. Sprinting out behind him into left field. Full stretch dive. And he gets an ovation from the fans on a play that he did not bring it in.
Yeah, a little grin from Matt Chapman as he gets to his feet, but this is a tremendous effort from Chapman, who is basically midway between second and third, goes into a full sprint and dives headlong, skidding toward the wall, but just unable to make that play.
He stayed down for 1 second, but he wasn't hurt. He just got up and smiled. He's all right. And has his hands on his knees, set up as the only infielder on the left side. With 2 outs and a man on, the 0-1. Popped up a mile high, first base side foul. Less of a run for Vladdy, who's on the dirt, backs up, squeezes it, and that's the 7th inning. A nice job from Trevor Richards. He pitches around the 2-out walk, and we go to the 7th inning stretch with Toronto leading 2-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
If dog people made dog food, it definitely wouldn't look like dusty, burnt brown pebbles. Ugh. It would actually be food. It would be made with real, fresh meat and veggies, gently cooked to preserve the nutritional value. You know, like food. The Farmer's Dog was created by dog people who cook and deliver fresh, healthy food. Try the Farmer's Dog and get fresh, pre-portioned meals tailored to your dog's needs. Tell us about your dog, build your plan, and get 50% off at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
On the mound is pitched to Whit Merrifield. Begins the bottom of the 7th. 2-1 Toronto over Baltimore. Tate threw 1 pitch to end the 6th inning. Now against the Blue Jays 9-hitter, who nearly hit a home run in the 5th. He's 0 for 2. 1-0 to Merrifield. Called strike, 95 at the knees. Interesting career path for Dylan Tate. In 2015, he was the 4th overall pick by the Texas Rangers, but never played for the Rangers. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Tate was traded to the Yankees in exchange going the other way for Carlos Beltran. And then the Yankees traded him in a big deal to get former Orioles closer Zach Britton to the Bronx. 1-2 pitch. Inside. So for Tate, the only team he's ever pitched with at the major league level is Baltimore, but his third organization, having by far his best year. This is his 61st appearance of the season and an ERA in the mid-twos. 2-2 offering. Merrifield strokes it to right center field. That's got a chance at a gap. It's cut off and caught by Anthony Santander. One down with that. It's time to check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard.
Well, let's start in St. Petersburg this time at the Trop, where the Rays are attempting to close out the Texas Rangers. They're leading 5-3. They have Pete Fairbanks on the mound in that one, so we'll let you know if that goes final. And the Yankees have taken the lead in Milwaukee.
There's George Springer. The pitch. Inside ball one. Well, Pete Fairbanks just kind of sparked my mind. Dylan Tate was a Rangers draft pick. Fairbanks at one point, I believe, was in the Rangers organization. Jordan Romano was at one point a Ranger briefly. The 1-0 inside to Springer, 2-0. They had picked him up in the Rule 5, but ended up releasing him back to the Blue Jays. And Emmanuel Clase was at one point a Texas Ranger. That's four guys who could anchor, maybe the best bullpen in baseball if the Rangers had held on to all of them. 2-0 pitch. Called strike one.
Yeah, that's a great point. Clase and Romano 1-2 in saves in Major League Baseball right now. So that's a couple of relievers. And then Tate as well has been tremendous for Baltimore this year with a great sinker. Hasn't walked a batter since July.
The 2-1. Fouled off 2-2.
Fairbanks has been really good for the Rays. So we'll keep an eye on that game. Nobody out in the ninth in St. Petersburg. But the Yankees, 4.5 games ahead of the Blue Jays right now in the American League East, now do have that lead behind Garrett Cole and Aaron Judge, home run number 58, in case you missed that earlier.
2-2 to Springer, wave and a miss. Strike three. Again, our out-of-town scoreboard presented by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Georgia's former team, the Astros, dominating the Oakland Athletics today of 7-0. The Astros have all but locked up the top spot in the American League, the Yankees being their main competition. And then I guess the Blue Jays right after that, although that would take some serious help. And, of course, a lot of football today. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is up. 2 out, space is empty. Tate fires. Slider outside. 1-0. Vladdy with a double and a walk today. His 1 out was a fly out that Anthony Santander made a really nice running catch on in right field. 1-0. Vlad with a big cut and a miss ahead of the slider. Even count. A lot of guys who throw 95 might be able to throw an 88, 89 mile per hour slider. Instead, Tate slows this down to about 80 miles per hour. Real separation between his fastball and breaking pitches. The 1-1. Slider poked to deep left field. Hayes going back. He's at the wall. That ball is gone. Number 27 hits his 29th of the year. Vladdy puts the Blue Jays up 3-0 or 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th.
An incredibly valuable insurance run here for the Blue Jays, who have been in lockstep with Baltimore all afternoon. This is the first time they've had a lead of more than 1 run against the Orioles. Now 3-1 thanks to Vladdy, who just went down and golfed that one into left field, hit it high. And, of course, with his power, with his bat speed, he doesn't need his best swing to put one over the fence.
A big home run for Vlad and the Blue Jays. Donning the jacket right now as Bo swings at the first pitch, chops it over the mound. Mateo, the shortstop, charging, throws to first, and ends the inning with a nice play on the run. The Blue Jays, though, get that insurance knock. Vladdy's solo homer with 2 outs makes it a 3-1 game. We're headed to the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Get ready for Chicago Gourmet. This September 22nd through 25th, Chicago Gourmet is creating a stir with a weekend of spirited events, serving up delicious food, premium wines, spirits, and beer. Join world-class chefs Rick Bayless, Stephanie Izard, Danielle Boulou, Sarah Gruenberg, and more for gourmet fun on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Tickets will sell out. Get yours today at chicagogourmet.org. From the Illinois Restaurant Association, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and Choose Chicago.
Plus locations.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
The Blue Jays walk it off on a sacrifice fly from Rydell Tapia.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Pitching change for the Blue Jays as we start the 8th inning in downtown Toronto. The side armor Adam Cimber on the mound. Pitching change brought to you by Certainteed Pro All the Way. 3-1 Toronto. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. provides some insurance. The Blue Jays provide some defensive insurance for Cimber as well. Jackie Bradley Jr. is in for Whit Merrifield. Bradley in center. They have shifted Tapia from center to left. Leading off against Cimber, left-handed hitter Gunnar Henderson. The pitch. Swinging a foul back, 0-1. Be sure to watch on City TV for full coverage of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, hosted by Lisa LaFlemme, tomorrow morning, starting at 5 a.m. Jackie Bradley Jr. with his glasses on. Dome roof is closed. The 0-1 is outside, 1-1. Now they decide to stick with Teoscar Hernandez in right field, probably because he's due up second next inning.
Yeah, I bet we see Bradley Zimmer after Teoscar Hernandez hits, potentially with JBJ shifting to right.
1-1. Outside, 2-1. It is remarkable. There are a few outfielders that should be able to shift Jackie Bradley Jr., one of the best defensive outfielders in baseball, out of center, but yet the Blue Jays have one of them in Bradley Zimmer. 2-1. Called strike. Nice pitch, a four-seamer on the outside corner.
You know, on NFL Sunday, you think of special teams units, right? And the kind of impact that they can have on a game. It almost feels as though Zimmer and JBJ are like a Jays special teams unit they insert late in games.
2-2 outside. For Zimmer especially, who doesn't get a ton of plate appearances, it's not a glamorous job, but I think if people look into it more, how important he is. I mean, every ninth inning, and so most of the time the eighth from important games, they need him in there. 3-2, cut on and miss, strike three. Elevated fastball, one down.
Yeah, it's really an important part of this team. And unconventional, you don't see a lot of teams with two defensive specialist outfielders, but the Jays have that, certainly working for them.
And they get one that hits left and one that hits right. If you were to employ, Whit Merrifield could be a defensive replacement for some. Here's Jesus Aguilar, a right-handed hitter, 0 for 3. Cimber's pitch, slider inside, 1-0.
How about 10 wins in relief for Adam Cimber? That's not a stat that I pay a ton of attention to. Certainly not for relievers, let alone starters, but 10 wins.
Pretty remarkable. The 1-0. Slider hammered to left field. Going back Tapia. He's at the wall. He looks up. That ball is gone. First home run as an Oriole for Jesus Aguilar, 16th of the season. And that insurance run erased. It's 3-2.
Well, that's where the Vlad Jr. home run is so important for the Blue Jays. That right now is the difference in this game. Is Adam Cimber just allowed the Orioles to get a little bit closer right here in his 69th appearance of the season, most in the major leagues. Mostly very effective for the Blue Jays this year with a 3.05 ERA, but Aguilar got him that time.
Went low and in with the sinker, and it broke right into the barrel of Aguilar. That's why they picked him up. His 109th career home run. And now a 3-2 game with Terrin Vavra. First pitch is outside, ball one. Jordan Romano is getting loose for the Blue Jays. The 1-0, outside 2-0. How much more leash do you think Cimber has if he gets in trouble? I mean, this is his third batter faced, so they could pull Cimber after this batter if, let's say, a walk happened.
And I think if he walks Vavra at this point, you could be going to Romano at any time.
2-0 pitch. Popped up foul, out of play, third base side.
Same with hard contact. I mean, of course, if Cimber gets an out here, he would stay in, he would face Hayes, but you can't be afraid to go to Jordan Romano, and John Schneider certainly has not been. Jays have an off day tomorrow. Romano did pitch yesterday, but it wasn't an overly arduous inning.
And he's about as fresh as anyone right now. 2-1. Lifted to center field. Bradley Jr. heading back. He backpedals into it and catches it with his smooth demeanor. There are two down. For Romano, 19 pitches like I mentioned yesterday. In the previous 4 days, 3 total pitches. So although he pitched yesterday, compared to a lot of these guys who went in the bullpen day or had to pitch, extended stretches in the Rays 5-game series, he's actually pretty fresh.
He's definitely available, and you don't want to use him unnecessarily, so the Jays would love to see Adam Cimber get through this 8th inning right here. But Romano's there if they need him.
His pitch to Austin Hayes. Inside, 1-0. Jorge Mateo is behind Hayes, who has burned the Blue Jays today. Mateo with the RBI double, so maybe Romano comes in if the inning continues for Jorge Mateo. The pitch, called strike. Cimber with a strikeout, a home run allowed, and then a fly out. Infield plays slightly to pull against the right-handed hitting Hayes. Outfield about as straight up as you'll see. 1-1. Fought off, foul to the right side. It's 1-2.
And as you look down a few batters from now, Robinson Chirinos, a lot of the time you might think about pinch hitting in this situation, but with Adley Rutschman DHing, the Orioles would then lose their DH. Probably not something they want to do, and they don't have a third catcher, so Chirinos probably has to hit.
Chirinos, a 181 hitter who's 0 for 3 today. Cimber crouched down, waves off the first sign, waves off a second. Now he has the one he wants. Sidearms a 1-2. It's poked to right field. Teoscar charging, reaches out and squeezes it backhand in front of him to end the inning. Cimber bounces back from the solo shot to keep the Blue Jays ahead by 1. It's 3-2 Toronto going to the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Pitching change for the Orioles and the Blue Jays' final chance here at Some Insurance. Right-hander Joey Crable comes in. Pitching change brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. It's 3-2 Toronto bottom 8. And Matt Chapman, Teoscar Hernandez, and Raimel Tapia are due up this inning. By the way, we mentioned we'd tie the bow on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard for the Rays game. That game has gone final. The Rays defeat the Texas Rangers 5-3. Here's Chapman 0 for 3 today. The righty Crable offers. Chapman waves and misses 0-1. By the way, Blue Jays fans, this September sprint continues with the Blue Jays in hot pursuit of the New York Yankees. A series at the Rogers Center is coming from the 26th to 28th. Blue Jays are hoping to catch them and secure a division title. The 0-1. Called strike 2. Let's get loud and bring the energy to the ballpark every single game. September baseball is sure to have some of the biggest moments of the season. Get tickets today at BlueJays.com. Over 41,000 here today watching the Blue Jays, who are 3 outs away once they get back on the bump from a series sweep. The 0-2, strike 3 looked to be a little off the plate, but at 97 from Crable. 1 down. Right after that Yankees series, Fan Appreciation Weekend is presented by TD. It's on October 1st and 2nd, and it's all about the best fans in the league. You've been with us all season, helping the Jays get to the next level. On Saturday, October 1st, only the first 15,000 fans will receive a Blue Jays vest giveaway. That's one they don't want to miss. Again, visit BlueJays.com. Here's Teoscar. He swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1. They decided not to sub him last inning to try and get Teoscar in right now.
And he made a nice catch to end the Orioles half of the inning there.
The 0-1. Check swing liner foul. 0-2. It feels like a long time ago now. There was a point in time where Teo played some games in center field. It hasn't happened in a long time. It hasn't needed to happen with George Springer here. But he's got some range out there.
Definitely. He can cover some ground. I think it's more a question of the reads with Hernandez. You have other players who...
0-2. Bounce to first base. Aguilar picks it up on 3 hops. Goes to the bag. 2 down.
Realistically, there are other options that have the better ability to get a good read and put themselves in good positions on this Blue Jays roster. And really, they have a ton of outfielders. You look at this roster, you start thinking about potential playoff rosters. They have a lot of outfield depth and even some utility players like Kevin Biggio who can play outfield if needed.
Both Biggio and Merrifield, you could see in certain infield spots and certain outfield spots. Probably both of them right side infielders and corner outfielders. And then, of course, Zimmer, Bradley Jr., Tapia can all play center field. Here's Tapia right now. Started in center, just moved to left. He's up with 2 outs and the base is empty. 3-2 Blue Jays. Joey Crable has made quick work of the first 2 batters. 2 outs and 6 pitches. His offering. Strike 1. He might have got the benefit of a call or 2, but he has thrown 7 strikes and 7 pitches.
Impressive.
The 0-1. Tapia fouls it off over the netting. A hot shot into the seats. It's 0-2. Blue Jays could be looking ahead to the 9th inning where Jordan Romano is pretty much warm. He is taking his time right now in left field. He will face Jorge Mateo likely Robinson Chirinos and Cedric Mullins, 8-9-1. Like you had mentioned earlier, tough to sub Chirinos, who's your catcher, with Adley Rutschman DHing, your only other catcher. The 0-2 fouled back. You could just say, you know what? If the game gets tied up, the game gets tied up, and we'll figure it out then. It would just only last you a certain number of innings till pitchers would hit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's actually not a bad idea. The more I think about it, it does expose you, and managers often don't like using that last catcher, but it would give them an offensive boost, and you could just keep pinch hitting every time that number 2 spot in the order came up.
0-2 is outside. Available bats for Baltimore: Stowers, Odor, Urias, McKenna, and maybe Mountcastle. We don't truthfully know. It seems unlikely with the fact he didn't play today. But could he do it for one at-bat? We're not sure. The 1-2. Outside again. But a lot of decisions coming up for Brandon Hyde. One decision he never made this series was to bring Felix Bautista into a game, at least so far. And that's been a huge plus for the Blue Jays. 2-2. Line to right field. Diving catch at second. Terrin Vavra. What a play to end the inning. And it even gets some claps from the Blue Jay fans. That was a remarkable snag to end the 8th. But the Blue Jays can put that behind them with Jordan Romano coming on for the 9th. It's 3-2 Toronto. Here comes the closer. We'll have him in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
airfrance.ca. From the back of the 500s all the way to front row is right there on your radio. Every seat is a great seat when you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown. Protect, maintain, save. I'm Ben Schulman with Ben Nicholson-Smith. Show Ali today, our producer and in-game host, and our technical directors are Tom Young and Brett Armstrong. It's time for the 9th inning with the Blue Jays up 3-2. Pitching change brought to you by Certainteed, Pro All the Way. Who else but Jordan Romano?
He has been great all season for the Blue Jays, saving 34 games so far. Only one closer in Major League Baseball has more. Emmanuel Clase has 36 saves. And Jordan Romano here looking for number 35 and what would mean a sweep for the Blue Jays if they can get through this 9th inning.
Pinch hitter already. Stowers in to pinch hit for Mateo. The first pitch he sees, line to left. That's a base hit down in front of Raimel Tapia. So they bring on the left-handed bat Stowers. He delivers, and the tying run is aboard.
And we may see another pinch hitter, as Ramon Urias was just in the on-deck circle, and he is indeed heading out to hit against Romano.
So 2 defensive players have been subbed out for 2 more offense first players, although Urias a fantastic defender. So maybe that's not the correct classification, but a better hitter than Robinson Chirinos, and they are going to put their DH spot at risk. Blue Jays, by the way, have made some changes of their own. Bradley Zimmer in center. That shifts Jackie Bradley Jr. to right. Raimel Tapia, as you just heard, still in left.
I like this call by the Orioles going for the offense right here. They need this one.
They need a win to just stay in the mix wild card-wise, even if it's not to catch the Blue Jays. Romano's pitch is strike 1, a slider at the top of the zone.
Now, if Baltimore does find a way to tie this game or even take the lead, then Adley Rutschman would have to catch, and they would lose their DH.
Rutschman, by the way, is in the hole. Urias batting in the 9 spot, taking over for an 0-for-3 Chirinos. The 0-1, low and away. And while I agree, I think the gamble is good. Pinch hitting Stowers to start the inning, which looks smart considering you got a hit, and now using Urias. There aren't going to be that many options once you have to put a reliever in should the game continue and play it essentially like a National League game. 1-1 inside 2-1. An old National League game now that DH is there.
Yeah, and that's especially true if, as you said, Ryan Mountcastle, if his health is going to prevent him from being able to hit or hit at full strength, then he's kind of half of a bat on the bench.
Stowers, the lead off first. The pitch, ground ball up the third base line. It hooks foul into Chapman's backhanded glove. 2-2. Jordan Romano was good enough in the first half to be an all-star, and he has been even better in the second half. Has dealt with some runners on base before. You think to Pittsburgh, they had second and third with a tying run on third and nobody out. He struck out 3 in a row. Here, just a runner on first. Romano set against Ramon Urias. The right-on-right pitch. Fastball down and away at 100. Full count.
Yeah, he has just been so good all season. You look at the ERA, 1.91. You look at the whip below 1. He's just not allowing a ton of base runners.
One of the best closers in baseball. And they kind of found him out of necessity rather than putting him there with injuries last season. Romano's 3-2. Runner leaves, swing and a foul back. They had Stowers in motion there.
Interesting call to send the runner.
Looked like kind of a run and hit where the hitter doesn't have to swing, but he is implored to swing if it is a pretty good pitch. And perhaps they trust the contact skills of Urias not to get into some sort of strike him out, throw him out situation. But a solid lead again for Stowers, the rookie. Urias with a slightly open stance at the plate. Looking out toward Romano. The pitch, runner goes. Poked to the right of the second baseman, Espinal, and into center field, a base hit. A perfectly executed hit and run as Stowers goes to third. Nobody out, runners on the corners, top of the order coming up.
And Espinal might have had a play on that ball if Stowers had been stationary at first base. But because he had to head towards second base in anticipation of a throw from Jansen, he was going in the wrong direction as that ball went past him to his left into right field.
It was hit right where he was initially positioned. He was positioned and shuffled twice to the right to start going to second base, and the ball was hit about 2 steps to his left, our right. And now the infield has moved in. The tying run on third. Cedric Mullins is up. They're playing a shift while they're playing in against the left-handed hitter. First pitch. Fastball outside, 1-0. It has been a while since Romano has given one up. 2 hits here from 2 pinch hitters have put this save in jeopardy. The 1-0. Fastball outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Fans upset with that call. Ball appeared to be off the plate. Bo Bichette, the shortstop, is playing just to the first base side of the middle. Santiago Espinal playing the usual second base spot. And the 2-0 is inside. That one was a little bit closer. It's 3-0 with Adley Rutschman on deck.
John Schneider doesn't like those calls either.
That one did appear to touch part of the plate, if only just. 3-0. Fastball definitely over at 98. 3-1 as a sarcastic cheer comes in for Mark Wegner, our crew chief and home plate umpire.
Well, this is a spot where the Blue Jays obviously need a strikeout, a pop-up, that runner on third representing the tying run.
With decent speed and Stowers. 3-1 pitch, popped up behind the plate. Jansen gets rid of the mask, over near the netting, and it just gets over it and lands in the first row or two.
Yeah, just as we're saying, a pop-up would help the Blue Jays. Jansen certainly had the range to get there. I mean, that wasn't the issue. It was just that it was too far back behind the netting by a couple of feet, and so he had no play on that ball.
If there's no netting, Jansen could reach over and catch that ball easily in the stands. But it just slipped behind the netting to keep Cedric Mullins alive. Full count, 2 on, nobody out. Blue Jays up by a run in the 9th. The 3-2. Slider, low, ball 4. Bases are loaded, which comes with some negatives, but some positives for the Blue Jays as well.
It does create a force at every base as Pete Walker comes out to give Romano a breather and discuss some strategy with the Blue Jays infielders here. So they can go anywhere, any base, you get an out. Presumably they'll keep the infield in here against Adley Rutschman. Although, double play possibility, probably less of a priority, of course. You just got to get the out at home plate and keep the lead over Baltimore at this point.
Long discussion with Romano, and as that's going on, Julian Merriweather is getting loose in left field. Adley Rutschman has reached base 3 out of 4 times he's come to the plate today. This is not the guy you want to face with the game on the line.
And he's walked twice, including walked against Romano last night in the 9th inning, the only base runner Romano allowed yesterday. He's not going to expand the strike zone, so Romano will have to come after him within the zone.
Blue Jays remain in a shift with the infield in. 3 infielders on the right side. Outfielders play Rutschman straight up. The pitch. Fouled back, 0-1. With the force at the plate, if the infielders can just knock it down, they should get Stowers. It would have to be a really slowly hit ground ball to make that a close play. I think the best way they want to turn a double play is home to first. The 0-1. Ground ball, left side, into left field, a base hit. Stowers scores, we're tied. Coming home is Urias. He will score. The throw goes into third, and Rutschman gives the Orioles the lead. 4-3 Baltimore in the 9th.
Well, for the second time today, Adley Rutschman goes to the opposite field. For the second time in 2 days, he reaches against Romano. And now the Blue Jays are trailing for the first time today.
They had been tied at one point coming after the 4th, or the top of the 4th, but scored in the bottom of the 4th and held the lead ever since. But trailing for the first time since the top of the 5th inning of game 1. Still nobody out. Anthony Santander pops it up. It's out of play, 0-1. And now the Blue Jays have to worry about staying close in this game. Still runners on first and second with nobody out. And the prime part of the Orioles order.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Jays have the bottom of the 9th to potentially tie and extend this game or even take the lead, but they have to keep it close here.
0-1, yanked foul right side into the seats on a line. It's 0-2. Romano has thrown 18 pitches this inning. He threw 19 yesterday. Oh, 2 pitch. Line to right field. That's a foul ball. First blown save for Romano since August 7th at Minnesota.
Even the best will sometimes blow them.
He's more than earned this, but tough here with the sweep so imminent. 0-2, grounded up the middle right at Bichette. He steps on the bag and throws to first. That's a double play. Mullins advances to third. Rushman was retired at second, and Santander retired at first. So at least for the Blue Jays, now a chance to get out, only trailing by 1, 4-3.
And Romano, as you said, his pitch count was getting very high. It still is pretty high. So we'll see. If Henderson reaches here, they might just have to go to the bullpen to spare him.
They just intentionally walked Henderson. I guess not like in the matchup. They'll go to Aguilar, who did homer his last time up, his first Orioles homer of his career.
This way they have the right-on-right matchup. And how about Henderson, the youngest player in the major leagues, getting an intentional walk on a day he has struck out 3 times.
He has proven that he's a force. Homered in the 9th inning of Game 1. So now a right-on-right matchup, as you mentioned. Pitch to big Jesus Aguilar is strike 1 on the inside corner. Looking ahead, the Blue Jays scheduled to send up Danny Jansen, Santiago Espinal, and Jackie Bradley Jr. They have on the bench Kevin Biggio, Gabby Moreno. 0-1, poke to right field. This will score another run as it gets down. In to score Mullins. Around to third is Henderson, and he is out. Throw came in. Henderson initially safe, but he came off the bag. Baltimore's run will count. And we'll wait to see if there's a challenge. Brandon Hyde out of the dugout, talking right now with Mark Wegner. Oh, and he was out. The challenge they could make is it looked like Matt Chapman, you could argue, was blocking him from the bag. But the hand of Henderson hit Chapman's leg. It never hit the bag. And that's how the inning is going to end. So the Blue Jays give up 3 runs in this top of the 9th and trail 5-3, but they still have one more shot. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite?
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
This September, Chicago Gourmet is going Uberboard. Join host Chef Sarah Gruenberg for Prost in the Park, a new Oktoberfest-style event with chef takes on classic German delights, Upa bands, fun cocktails, and delicious craft beer. From familiar favorites to a big collection of local craft breweries, get ready to toast at this Sunday Fun Day on the Harris Theater rooftop at Millennium Park. Prost in the Park, Sunday, September 25th. Tickets at chicagogourmet.org. Presented by Performance Food Service.
Link's Meat Snacks, Show Ali at Baseball Control in downtown Toronto. Jays now trail the O's 5-3 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Don't forget, Jays Talk follows after the final out. Blair and Barker will stick around and take your calls and texts today. 590-590 is the text line. Name and location, please. Blair will also throw out the numbers to call after the final out. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The NFL scores as well. Dolphins at Ravens. Lamar Jackson had 3 touchdown passes and a 79-yard touchdown run. With the Dolphins coming back from all the way down 35-14, they win 42-38 behind 4 fourth-quarter passing TDs from Tua Tagovailoa. Wild game in Baltimore. Tua finishing the day with 6 passing touchdowns, which matches a franchise record. Commanders at Lions. Lions grabbing 2 field goals, a safety, and TD grabs from Amon-Ra St. Brown. He had 2 grabs. Josh Reynolds and DeAndre Swift also had TDs. Detroit holding on for a 36-27 win over Washington. Their first win of the year. That offense looking pretty good. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Back to the Rogers Center we go on the other side of downtown Toronto. Here's Ben Schulman and Ben Nicholson-Smith.
Thanks, Joe. One shot here for the Blue Jays to make a miraculous comeback. Bottom of the 9th inning, they're down 5-3 after a blown save opportunity. The man they didn't want to see at all costs, Felix Bautista, the closer for the Orioles, is into the game. Pitching change brought to you by Certainty Pro all the way.
Just a tremendous find for Baltimore. Bautista has been a dominant closer for them all season long. You wonder if there might be some pinch hitting intrigue for the Blue Jays in this bottom of the 9th inning.
2 up for the Jays, Danny Jansen, Santiago Espinal, and Jackie Bradley Jr. Jansen is batting. Espinal is taking cuts on deck right now. Bautista rears back and delivers. Called strike 1. Lots of switches, too, for Baltimore with the pinch hitting. Adley Rutschman has come out of the DH spot and into the catching spot, so no more DH. Urias has moved to third. Henderson has moved from third to short. The 0-1. Jansen swings and sends it back into the mesh. 0-2. The other pinch hitter with Urias, Stowers, is in left, which has moved Hayes, the original left fielder, to right. Santander, his spot, now being occupied, presumably, by Felix Bautista. So he's out of the game. Bautista takes over for him on the mound. 0-2. Jansen again reaches down and pops it back into the netting.
Jackie Bradley Jr. made a great throw to end the top of the 9th inning for Baltimore, and a nice tag as well by Matt Chapman. But with JBJ up third in this inning for the Blue Jays, I wonder about Alejandro Kirk. And we haven't seen him today for good reason as he deals with a hip issue.
0-2 in the dirt.
But he has taken swings. And this is a time where the Blue Jays really want to push in the standings. It's a different physical challenge than catching 9 innings. So I wonder if we see Kirk.
They're a bloop and a blast away from tying the game. If they can extend the game with the DH situation on the Baltimore side, there's a clear advantage for the Blue Jays. The 1-2, high. Jansen, who's walked twice and homered once, working this count right now against Bautista. We were also wondering in between innings about the potential of a Kevin Biggio. Where could he factor in? The 2-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3, 100 miles per hour with a fastball to beat Jansen, 1 down.
And we might have our answer because Kevin Biggio is now in the on-deck circle. So it looks like he will be the one hitting for Jackie Bradley Jr.
Biggio, Moreno, Kirk are the only guys remaining on the Blue Jays bench. Right now, Santiago Espinal is up. Blue Jays down 5-3, bottom of the 9th. They led the whole way until a 3-run 9th inning. Headed up by Adley Rutschman's 2-run single. The pitch. Downstairs, ball 1. By the way, quarter season ticket memberships are back for 2023. Get one today for a guaranteed 2022 postseason access. 1-0 to Espinal. Hit right back up the middle, but to the second baseman, Favre. Throw over to first. 2 down. Quarter season ticket membership brings many of the perks of a Blue Jays full season ticket membership with a variety of plans to choose from. Visit bluejays.com/quarter seasons. So Kevin Biggio, with the Blue Jays down to their final out, is the pinch hitter here to try and keep the game going. And perhaps the thought, higher on base percentage, give George a chance maybe to homer for a tie?
Yeah, there's a case to be made there. I think all things being equal, if Kirk is fully healthy and on the bench, I still think you might go to Alejandro Kirk, just given how well he's done as a pinch hitter. But lefty versus righty, high OBP, there's nothing wrong with Biggio, and it makes the defensive side very simple.
Here's the pitch. It's a fastball in the zone for a strike, 0-1. If this game continues, Biggio can quite easily go to right field. But for now, the Blue Jays, with only 2 strikes to work with, bases empty, down 2. Bautista's 0-1. Fastball, or make it his splitter on the outside corner. That is an unhittable pitch for called strike 2. Fans a little bit restless. The Blue Jays have played a great series. It just fell apart here in the top of the 9th inning. Adley Rutschman proved to be a little bit too much. The 0-2 bounced, and Biggio is still alive.
Yeah, great series for these young Orioles. Rutschman has been doing it all weekend, and a huge base hit there to the opposite field. And a rare blow and save for Jordan Romano.
Blue Jays still have a shot. Anything can happen in baseball, but even if they win 2 out of 3 here, successful for them, they have pretty much pushed the Orioles aside. Here's Bautista's 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Their job was to win the series, and the Blue Jays, after this will only have 15 games to go. They'll be 6 up on the Orioles. So a tough proposition for Baltimore to try and overcome. Big right-hander Bautista is 2-2. Down and in at 101, 3-2. Biggio has taken 3 straight pitches after falling behind early, and is a missed pitch away here from bringing George Springer, the tying run, to the plate. 2 taps of the far corner of the plate for Biggio, batting from the left side. Bautista with a deep breath. The payoff pitch. Biggio fouls it back. 101, top middle of the zone. Kevin stayed on it.
He looked to have that pitch timed up pretty well, actually, which is remarkable. He must have been looking heater, as you probably have to when someone's throwing 103 miles an hour, as Bautista is.
That's what makes his splitter so dangerous. But the command for the splitter, not as good as the fastball. Does Bautista throw it, but risk walking a guy on base and bringing the tying run up. His 3-2 again. Inside, ball 4. And we continue. The Blue Jays asked for 1 base runner. The pinch hitter, Kevin Biggio, delivered. Here's George Springer, who was hit in the elbow, decided to stay in the game, and now has a chance to tie it up.
Huge opportunity for the Blue Jays here with an incredibly clutch hitter at the plate. Had a huge double in yesterday's game. We've seen him come up in big moments over and over for the Blue Jays.
The only other time the Blue Jays trailed in this series, down 2-1 in the 5th in Game 1, George hit a 3-run homer to overturn it. Now Toronto down 5-3, 2 outs, bottom 9. The pitch to Springer. Swinging a fly ball to center field. Going back, Mullins at the wall. It's off the wall. Biggio gets the wave. Springer into second. Kevin scores. It's a 1-run game.
George Springer does it again. 3 days and 3 big hits for George Springer. That was close to leaving the yard. Instead, Springer ends up with an RBI double, wisely holding at second base. He's in scoring position, and Vlad Jr. stepping in with a chance to tie this game with a single.
Mound visit right now for Felix Bautista. Nobody warming up. But it looks like that's Brandon Hyde going out there to talk to him. I mean, you're right. Feet separating this from a 5-4 and a 5-5 game as George sent that off the top third of the wall. But if you said before this inning you could get George on second and give Vladdy a chance, you take it. Vladdy has walked off at this ballpark this season. A home run obviously would overturn it. A single could tie the game. Brandon Hyde with his arms around Adley Rutschman and Felix Bautista. And the Blue Jays have once again pulled Julian Merriweather off the bullpen bench. Should this game continue, he'll likely pitch the 10th. Rogers Center getting on its feet. 41,301 Blue Jay fans with a chance to see a big moment in the third to last home series of the season. Vladdy with a check swing. He steps in the box as the winning run. Springer on second, 2 outs, 5-4 Orioles. Felix Bautista, the closer, looks in and steps off amid the noise.
This place got loud.
Yeah, it did. Everyone up from 100 to 500 level. Bautista set, the pitch to Vlad. Low, ball 1. Vlad with a home run and a double today already. Just needs a single to the outfield. The outfielders are playing a little deep, if anything, kind of no doubles. So George likely scores. The 1-0. Called strike on the outside corner. Evened up at 1-1. 2 splitters early on from Bautista. Vladdy hits well against high velocity fastballs, perhaps not wanting to feed him anything he can hit over the wall. The 1-1. Vladdy swings and fouls it back. Blue Jays down to their final strike again. Kevin Biggio dealt with 5 straight pitches down to the Blue Jays' final strike. Fouled one off and the other 4 were balls. Kept the game alive. George Springer jumped on the first pitch he saw. Doubled to center field, a near-miss game-tying homer. And now Springer's the tying run at second. 2 outs, 5-4 Orioles, 1-2 count, bottom of the 9th. Vladdy taps the plate twice. It has 2 hands on his 2-tone bat. The 1-2 pitch. High ball 2, 103, but probably a foot out of the zone.
103 miles an hour. That's a perfect chase fastball. Vlad Jr. was not going to expand in that moment, but how about that velocity from Bautista?
You used to only see one man do that, Aroldis Chapman. Bautista has joined the club. A couple others probably could flirt with it too, but he's about as hard of a thrower as you're going to see. Back in the set, the big right-hander kicks, fires, bounces it to the plate, 3-2. And now you got a tough decision if you're Felix Bautista. Do you challenge Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or do you throw something that he might want to chase and deal with still the hottest hitter on this team, and Bo Bichette, who's reached 3 times today?
And that would mean putting the go-ahead run on first base. That would mean facing Bo Bichette. I think we see a splitter right here.
Bo's a big doubles guy. He could score a guy from first pretty easily. They're chanting Vladdy for the man at the plate. Bautista wants to slow that momentum. He'll step off and now step right back onto the rubber. Vladdy pinwheels the bat once. Bautista in the set. 3-2, 2 outs, tying run at second. The pitch. Low and away, ball 4. He went with that off-speed splitter away. Vladdy walks. He's the winning run for Bo Bichette.
At this point, if Bo puts one into the gap, Vladdy, we know that he will be running full speed and looking to score that potential go-ahead run, that potential walk-off run from first base with Springer, the potential tying run at second.
You imagine John Schneider would be happy enough with another Bo single, tie the game, pass the baton to Matt Chapman. Bo 1 for 2 today with 2 walks, hitting near 500 this month. Vladdy on first, Springer on second, 5-4 Orioles. The pitch, swing and a liner foul, 0-1. Blue Jays gave up 3 in the top of the 9th. How important that Jesus Aguilar single is. He's the unsung hero of this game. While Rutschman singled in the go-ahead run. Aguilar with a solo homer to make it close, and that insurance run that the Orioles are clinging to now. They're chanting, "Let's go, Bo." The 0-1. Bichette fouls it back, just missed it. Straight back off the glove of Rushman. Blue Jays again down to their final strike.
Couple fastballs to Bichette. He's been on both of them. Wonder if we see a splitter right here, 0-2.
Feels like a splitter. Bo's been taking all the fastballs the other way and pulling off speed pitches for extra base hits. Down 0-2 with 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball left side, picked up Urias. The throw to first ends it with the tying run in scoring position. The Blue Jays narrowly fall in the series finale, 5-4. They've pitched so well, they've played so well, something had to give, and this time it was Jordan Romano.
Yeah, it was. What a game, what a series here between the Blue Jays and the Orioles. Man, the Blue Jays sure looked to be set up for a sweep. They came ever so close to sweeping Baltimore. Still a series win, still a strong start from Alek Manoah today. Adley Rutschman with a huge hit for the Orioles to ultimately push that lead to a couple over the Jays, and then Aguilar adding on. So a strong weekend for the Blue Jays overall, but not quite able to push it past the finish line for a sweep.
Not the way they wanted to end it, but they end this series still 6 games up on the Orioles for being in the playoffs, and they have a day off much needed after a really, really jam-packed week before they head to Philadelphia. The game is over. We are not. Stick with us. We have more coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public.
Just like us at Bears Radio, our friends at Office Revolution really get the game. They furnished a global sports marketing agency in Fulton Market that won Crane's coolest offices. They know work is not just about conference rooms. This space has leather couches, bar stools by the tap, and even stadium seating for brainstorming great plays. Office Revolution knows your office represents your culture, brand, and should be a space where the team wants to work. Visit office-revolution.com to see what they can do.
Welcome back to the Rogers Center after a close, heartbreaking Blue Jays loss. They fall 5-4 after going into the 9th inning, leading 3-2 with Ben Nicholson-Smith. I'm Ben Schulman. A game that they had a narrow lead on, but a big moment that gets underscored. Jesus Aguilar homers in the 8th to bring it close, and Jordan Romano against some pinch hitters just couldn't get it done in the 9th. Credit to Brandon Hyde.
Yeah, the Orioles definitely managed this one well when it came to Stowers coming in, then Urias coming in. They lose their DH and have Adley Rutschman catch, but it worked out for them. And then, of course, Bautista comes in throwing 103, basically sitting 101 with a great splitter. So the Orioles earned this one. I think if you had said going into this series, knowing that the Blue Jays had a bullpen game in one of those games, knowing that they had just played 5 games in 4 days against the Rays, bullpen was depleted, to take 2 of 3 big picture, that's a good thing. Of course, you want to get greedy, and they had a chance to sweep. Jordan Romano not able to save it today, but they still had a successful series against Baltimore heading into that off day.
It's only frustrating, I think, because if you had told most people it's bullpen, Berrios, Manoah, you would chalk the Manoah one up to a win and then see if you could win one of the other 2. Instead, they win the first 2, and then they end up losing what was a good start for Manoah. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, did walk 4, but struck out 5. In the game, the Blue Jays finished with 4 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Baltimore with 5 runs on 9 hits, no errors. 4 of those hits for the Orioles came in the 9th inning. It was a game that went 3 hours and 18 minutes in front of another strong crowd, 41-301 under a closed roof. So with that, do a quick Bet365 standings update. The Blue Jays are now 6 games up on the Orioles for just being inside the playoffs after the Tampa Bay win earlier today only a half game up on the Rays for the first spot. They're a game and a half up currently as it stands on the Mariners for the last wild card spot, with the Mariners going later against the Los Angeles Angels. And then the Yankees, currently the Blue Jays are down 5, but the Yankees are up 10-4 late in the game against Milwaukee. So that will be 5.5, barring something remarkable. And it's a spot where likely this has really hurt their chances to come at the division, but they still, coming out of this week, are in a good spot in the wild card.
Great spot in the wild card. Great spot to potentially finish number 1 in the wild card, with the Rays, of course, pushing and the Mariners trying to catch the Blue Jays as well. But the Jays retain top spot. You know, we're talking about the Orioles here being 6 back of the Blue Jays with a couple weeks to play and how difficult that would be for them to catch Toronto. The same logic applies to the Blue Jays and the Yankees at this point, and it's remarkable what a difference a couple of hours makes on that front. But if that score holds in Milwaukee, the Jays will then be 5.5 back of the Yankees. Not impossible, but a big deficit. You're probably more likely looking wild card at this point.
And one of the reasons they are is because of our player of the game presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. The player of the game is Adley Rutschman, and here's why. The 0-1. Ground ball, left side, into left field, a base hit. Stowers scores, we're tied. Coming home is Urias. He will score. The throw goes into third, and Rutschman gives the Orioles the lead. 4-3 Baltimore in the 9th.
Well, Rougned Odor was the one who got the boos from Blue Jays fans this weekend, but Adley Rutschman is really the biggest problem for the Blue Jays, the biggest threat on a long-term basis. He had 2 walks today, 2 hits today, including the one that you just heard, and he was behind the plate when Felix Bautista was closing it out for the Orioles. So a tremendous series for him, a tremendous series for Gunnar Henderson as well, as they really show that this Orioles team, as much as they have been pushed aside by the Blue Jays right now, they are a team to watch. They are a team on the rise in the American League East.
Rutschman ends the series with 5 hits and 3 walks in 3 games, including a homer, including that really important 2-run single. And that helps the Orioles avoid the sweep. They go to 76-69, while the Blue Jays are 19 games above 500. Not that clean 20 they had this morning, 83-64. Appreciate you tuning in today to this edition of Toronto Blue Jays baseball. For Ben Nicholson-Smith, our producer and in-game host, Show Ali, our technical directors, Tom Young and Brett Armstrong, I'm Ben Schulman. The Blue Jays will be back in Philadelphia, as will Ben Wagner. That should be a lot of fun. For now, we have some more fun coming up because Blue Jays Talk starts now.
All right, Kevin Barker. So how do we look at this this weekend against the Baltimore Orioles, taking 2 of 3 in a perfect position to sweep the Orioles? I think we could say that they have probably stuck a fork in the Orioles' postseason chances. We talked about the importance of making those final 3 games in Baltimore meaningless, at least as far as the Orioles' ability to sneak into the playoffs are concerned. The Yankees are winning right now. I think I started today thinking, hey, the Jays, not out of the question that they can take a shot at the American League East. The Yankees are far from the juggernaut that they were earlier in the year. Then Jordan Romano, normally reliable, gives up 3 runs in the 9th inning. The Jays make an attempt, and the game ends with Bo Bichette hitting into a game-ending grounder. Jays lose 5-4 to the Orioles. Put that weekend in perspective for me.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what if you're the Jays, you're a Jays fan, going into the weekend, you wanted to win the series. That's exactly what they did. They got some big hits when they needed them. They got some big outs when they needed them. They caught the ball the way they were supposed to. They ran the bases. Today it just didn't work out. For me, Jordan Romano, again, it gets back to the slider. He loves it. Like it's sometimes it's going to be really good. Sometimes it's going to look like it did today. The only one for me that I just don't really understand is Stovers. You got a pinch hitter leading off the 9th inning you're up a run. Now, I understand you love the slider. And if it's a good one, he probably gets him out. But an 0-0 slider that's 88 miles an hour when you're throwing 97. Now, the velocity was down today. It was more, we saw 95s, we saw 97s. Normally that thing's sitting, it's cruise control at 99. And today we just didn't see that. So maybe that's why you saw a few more sliders. But I just don't like that leading off guy sitting over there for 3.5 hours. You flip him a little, get me over 88. That's good hitting. Like I could hit that, Jeff. Don't give him a chance. Throw your little 97 if that's what you got away, maybe elevated. If he hits one over there, then you tip your hat to him. But that's the only one for me. But again, it just gets back to, Jordan Romano. It's very hard to ever say anything bad about him because he's been great. Just so happens today, the slider wasn't, breaking the way he would like it to break. It was a little bit more loopy. Loopy means out of the hand. You could tell it's a slider. Like it's leaving, looking like it's breaking right away instead of looking like fastball and then having that late little giddy up to it that normally the slider has. But it's one of those days. For me, I told you on Friday, win the series. Don't worry about sweeping. You pitch really well. Your bullpen's been great. Have the big inning, which is what they did the first two games. Today just didn't work out for you.
416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 via the text line. The Jays taking 2 of 3 from the Baltimore Orioles, losing a bid to sweep them. Jordan Romano blowing a save in the 9th inning. And lots, I think, Kevin, when you look at the series in general, a lot to really like. I mean, we talked about the bullpen. Winning a bullpen game yesterday, on Friday, which, is always a concern.
Sure.
You get an okay start from Jose Berrios.
He did enough.
He did enough, and his team backed him with some superb defense. And then Alek Manoah today.
He did enough.
He did enough.
That's it.
That's it. And one thing about Alek Manoah, and Buck pointed this out in the telecast, that one inning when he gets some runs and he comes out and goes through a 9-pitch inning. I mean, you really do get the sense every time you watch Alek Manoah pitch. You really do get the sense why this team loves playing behind him.
Yep. Well, lefties were 2 for 11 off him. He faced 26 batters in 6 innings. It was a grind. The two-seam command wasn't great. Now, he tried to make an adjustment early in the game by having the changeup sink or run. I mean, you could call that more of a run than a sink on his changeup. It was, his sinker's about 92, his changeup's about 86. So that's the adjustment he tried to make early. Some of those were non-competitive. They left the hand. You could tell he was spinning off. He had a little bit of that glove pull to first base. He knows it. When he's doing it, he knows it. He'll spin off, he'll walk around the mound, he'll turn his back to the catcher like he's trying to gather himself and tell him not to do that. Like, finish it, get it out front, snap it off, don't do it again. But I'm with you, man. Whenever he needs a big pitch, right? The first inning he needed one, the third inning he needed one, the fourth inning he needed one, just to control it and not let it get out of hand. For whatever reason, he's able to do it. And it's just, I don't know what else we could say about him, Jeff. Is he a finished product? I don't think so. Again, if he could add a little bit better changeup and he could control the two-seamer a little bit more, the way he leaves the four-seamer to when he needs it, right? We didn't see the 96 in the first inning, the second inning, the 30. We saw it when he needed it the most, like the 5th, 6th inning. Like, you could tell he's towards the end of it, and he knew it, and he was trying to get through it to give his team a chance to win, and that's when you saw the extra gear. But, man, I guess right now, Jeff, you could say he's elite. Can we both agree on that?
Oh, without question.
There you go.
Absolutely, without question. Danny Jansen and Vladdy Jr. with home runs today. Do you like Vladdy's home run? I know you're a big fan of the one-handed finish.
I do. Well, you know what the one-handed finish tells you? That he keeps the front side in and the barrels in the hitting zone a long time. A lot of the times you see the alligator arm where the front side or the front shoulder's pulling off, the barrel's not staying in the hitting zone very long, and that's why you get the little hand turn to where he's rolling over the baseball, because he hits the top of the ball a lot, and that's why he hit the ball to the third base, the shortstop, and when you stay through it, even though you're one-handing it, because you have as much torque and as much rotation as he does, and the raw ability to hit baseballs further than most humans can, that's sort of what happens. And yeah, Danny Jansen, for me's got one approach. try and catch it out front, keep it up the middle to the pull side, create damage. And if you do that once every 4 games you play, you'll take that, every day and twice on Sunday. And I got to be honest with you, the Alek Manoah, Danny Jansen thing looked like they've been doing that all year. I mean, that's a credit to Danny Jansen for pushing the right button, keeping the flow. Because, again, this gets back to he didn't have his good stuff. When you don't have your good stuff, you got to be a little bit better on the same page. Seemed like they were.
That was one of the storylines coming out of today, the fact that it was Danny Jansen catching Alek Manoah instead of Alejandro Kirk. Alejandro Kirk given a couple of days off with what we're led to believe is a minor hip tightness. And it made sense, I think, given the fact that tomorrow's an off day, that you sit Alejandro Kirk, even though it's Alek Manoah on the mound. But, that's something that I think if you're John Schneider and Pete Walker, you're looking at things now maybe a little differently. I know Buck made this point as well. You're going to keep an eye on the standings. Right now, Alek Manoah's lined up to pitch that game in Baltimore. If that game doesn't mean anything, how do you play this? Do you maybe adjust things so you give Alek Manoah a start against the Yankees? Again, I think the standings might determine that. Or do you just kind of say, hey, this is a blessing. Let's just let him rest. Let's push him back a couple of days or however it's going to work out. But now at least, because I think it has to be a concern. No one's criticizing Danny Jansen, but it has to be a concern when the guy's having the type of year Alek Manoah is having with one catcher largely. Now you put another guy in there. At least Pete Walker and John Schneider know now that the flow to the game, the tempo, the rhythm, which is so important for Alek Manoah, that need to be in the same page. At least they know now that they can pair these two up. And maybe that means Alejandro Kirk can DH in that particular day because, again, George Springer's health is always going to be a concern. So that opens some options, I think, for the Jays.
Yeah, I just think you look at pitcher-catcher relationship. It's when that big moment arises, they need a big pitch. How does it look? Like, is it they're shaking off, they can't get on the same page, he's stepping off the mound? None of that happened, right? He was in basically trouble the entire game. Now, what did he have? He had 2 3 up and 3 down innings, but for the most part, it was trouble. And when you're in trouble, you need that catcher to sort of push it and give you that, let's go right here, because you can see it arm side wasn't great. It just seems like they didn't miss a beat with Danny. And if Danny's hitting, it would be kind of nice to have him behind the plate too.
Jay in North York, you want to talk about Jordan Romano?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. You stole a little bit of my thunder, but yeah, I've been watching, I watch every Jays game, and I would say he throws a slider 3 times or 4 times, or at least 3 out of the 4 pitches, almost exclusively. And I don't think Romano was as good as he is this year, but he's proven me wrong. So kudos to him for doing a great job. But let me tell you something. When the playoffs come and Romano's going to be coming out there, to sit on that slider. And I know it's a good pitch, but when 87, 88 is coming and he's throwing that as a first pitch the vast majority of the time, it's a lot easier to hit. And Kevin, I know you could comment on that. As great as the pitch it is, if you're going to sit on it, you're going to have a greater chance of hitting it. And it gives me a little bit of concern in the playoffs when you're going to be facing some good hitters like they did tonight at the bottom of the mound.
Yeah, Jay, thanks for the call. Listen, September 12th, the Jays beat Tampa Bay 3-2. Jordan Romano got the save. 8 consecutive sliders to Manuel Margot and Jonathan Aranda. 2 fastballs and a slider to Francisco Mejia, and recorded the save. But with the 8 consecutive sliders, a strikeout was included in there. And Kevin, we talked about it on that particular day. Could that approach work in the postseason? And I think this is what Jordan Romano is. And I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you in that he is going to. He loves the slider.
Loves it.
He loves the slider. But today, I would like to have seen. I like my first pitch of a save opportunity to be a well-located fastball. The well-located fastball is a great pitch. I get that. That kind of bothered me a little bit, but it's worked for him before, right? Again, against the Rays, his first eight pitches of that save were sliders. So it's not like this is out of character for him.
Yeah, look, he's throwing it because it's worked. That's why he's throwing as much as he's throwing it. I would just like to see, again, I was one of those guys that tried to sit over there for 3.5 hours and come off the bench. And I don't want to say guess, but I'm hunting a window, and a window could probably be middle of the way and up with a hanging slider. Because, occasionally he's not going to give you, Jeff, his nasty one, He's going to give you that little backdoor one, or maybe that little cement mixing one just to get ahead so he can elevate the heater and maybe attack in. I would just like to see occasionally when the situation arises, and exactly what I just been talking about. You've been sitting over there. Give him your good heater, middle way, maybe a little elevated. He gets a hit, tip your hat to him, and then start using the slider. But it's very hard to come on this show, our show, and say anything about Jordan Romano that's bad. Like everything he's been doing, he's just been living in a tree. Like it's just, he's throwing it and it's working. So just so happens today that he caught too much of the plate. The velocity was down. The slider was loopy. When all of those three things come together and you're facing a decent team, most of the time you lose those games.
Now, I do have to say this too, Kevin. I get the sense that Adley Rutschman he's going to be breaking a lot of hearts in Toronto in the next few seasons, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Well, again, you can't throw the ball down the middle. He took one bad swing. What good hitters do? They try not to have a couple of bad swings in a row. You saw him. He throws the little get me over slider, which wasn't a good pitch. He got away with one.
Mm-hmm.
I think he lost his bottom hand or his top hand there. And then his next pitch, what's he do? He shortens up and keeps both hands on the bat. Like that is big league stuff. Sounds simple, looks simple.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't everybody do that? But a dude that throws hard, loves his slider. I just took a one-handed swing because it was tough for me for whatever reason to keep both hands on. So what do? I shorten up. I stay inside the ball. I try to go to left field. I do it with two hands on the bat. Yeah, he's going to be a pain in the butt. But I will say you got to make him a little uncomfortable occasionally. I'm not sure Jordan Romano can do that just because of the pitcher that he is. But when a dude looks as comfortable as he does occasionally, it's okay to move his feet a little bit and try and get away with certain pitches after you do that. But yeah, I'm with you. He's exactly what the doctor ordered when you're coming to the Orioles. And if you're an Orioles fan, you got that to look forward to the next 15 years.
Yeah, between him and Gunnar Henderson, and Stowers is another highly touted guy.
You see Gunnar flipping the bat on a walk too. Like they got a little attitude, which is sort of different for the Orioles.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's they've got a lot going on, and that is look, it's a great market. I know what Jays fans think of the Orioles going back to all the run-ins they've had with the Orioles, but it's a great market, and they are a fun team. They really are a fun team, and they've got some pitching in that organization that will come up at some time too. John Schneider was asked about Jordan Romano's outing following the game. This is what the Blue Jays manager had to say.
Yeah, he's been so good the whole year. I think his slider was a little bit flat. I think they were sitting on it. Got to give them credit for getting a couple knocks and working some walks. Really close play, 3-2. Surprised they ran there with the amount of people Jordy strikes out. Worked out for him. And you got to just tip your cap a little bit to some good hitting from them.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm glad John alluded to that. Of course, he's talking about the hit and run that the Orioles put on. It was interesting because watching yesterday's game, the Orioles did a couple of things. I'm never going to criticize. Look, I'm not going to criticize Brandon Hyde for being overly aggressive. I'm not. Look at what he's done with that team. But they did a couple of things, giving Gunnar Henderson the green light in a 3-0. Let's just say that Brandon Hyde he pushed the envelope a little bit here, but that was a genius call. The hit and run brings. It sucks Santiago Espinal out of position, and that sets up that inning.
Yeah, for me, it's not a hit and run. That's a run and hit.
Or a run and hit, pardon me.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Because it's a 3-2 count. You're trying to put the runner in motion. What do you got to lose? Like this is do or die for you. Like this is must win. You're trying to put pressure on a really good closer who's having a really good year and the defense to make a play. That's what you do late in games. You push it a little bit. And yeah, you got to love listening to John talk. He never throws his player under the bus. It's always about the guy on the other side may have had a better approach. For me, I just think it's sequencing and it's location and it's the slider. Sometimes he abuses it. And when you abuse it, occasionally you just don't have the snap at the end of it that you want to have it. And it's floppy. And when it's floppy, that's good hit.
Jennifer in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Oh, hi, gentlemen. Good game by Manoah. It was a lot of traffic like the Berrios game. but he gutted it out, and it was good to see velocity at the end. I have two things. I know Simber's stats aren't horrific, but man, he's always going to give up contact. And I would have liked to see Merriweather in there and see what he could have done, especially that part of the order. And I hated the shifting, especially with Rauschman. I mean, he's a switch hitter. He goes everywhere. And I think the shifts twice were quite costly. The infield shift, not the outfield shift. So that's those are my comments.
Jennifer, thanks for the call. Mr. Barker, I'll flip that over to you.
Yeah. The Julian Merriweather. Hey, look, I'm not exactly sure that I'd run him out there. What was that, the eighth inning facing?
I don't
3, 4,
really
5.
want to see what he can do at this point.
That's two lefties and a righty. I'm not sure the slider's going to work, the velocity, the location. And Adam Simber's been doing a good job. He's been good against lefties, that little invisible up fastball that he throws. He relies a lot on trickery. When the trickery ain't tricking and it's down the middle, big league hitters make you pay for it. And that's sort of what comes with Adam Simber. It's nothing. I don't think a knock on him. It's just when other guys are not available, and that's who you have to go to. I don't want to say he has to be perfect, but the adding and subtracting of his two pitches have to be really, really good. And when it's not, it's down the middle, it's good hitting.
Yeah, I think Ruben in Alberta in the text line as well was wondering about the infield shifting in the ninth inning. Look, we can have a discussion about shifting. That's something the Jays have done all year. They're one of the proponents of that, and that's not going to change. And by and large, they do it because it works. I mean, that's the only way I could put it. They're not pulling this out of their ass. They're doing it because they have numbers.
The Adley Rushman Jeff was really, really good hitting. I mean, that was a heater middle in, and I don't know what the mile per hour was, but that was one of his better velocities. And again, it's just a really good hitter making an adjustment from a pitch to pitch, not from an at bat to an at bat, from a pitch to pitch, and just stayed inside of baseball and hit it where they ain't. And I'm with you. They do it because it works most of the time. It's not going to work all of the time, but they'll take their chances 8 out of 10, right?
Yep. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 via text. The Blue Jays losing 5-4 to the Baltimore Orioles. The Orioles scoring 3 runs in the ninth inning. And Felix Bautista holding serve, I guess, if you want to call it that, in the ninth inning, the bottom of the ninth as well, retiring Bo Bichette with a couple of men on base after the Jays had George Springer had doubled in the fourth run for the Blue Jays. Lots of folks on the text line, Kevin, talking about Jordan Romano and the over-reliance on the slider, something I think we'll deal with a little more tomorrow on Blair and Barker. Chris in Vancouver, though, and I'm glad Chris brought this out. He wants to talk to you about Vladdy's at-bats and what you're seeing from Vladdy at the plate. Now, we've talked about how, and you've told me this, don't even bother looking at winning the East. If Vladdy doesn't get hot, I mean, basically Teoscar just Teoscar too, but just kind of be happy you're in the playoffs at that point. Are you seeing anything from Vladdy, or have you seen anything from Vladdy in recent games? Because I know he's on a hitting streak, but they're hitting streaks and they're hitting streaks, right? Are you seeing anything from Vladdy in recent games that gives you a thought that perhaps he's about to go off a little bit?
Yeah, look, I think sometimes you look at him and you see him take a swing like he took that he hit the home run on, where he kept the front side in, he stayed through a baseball, he created backspin, the ball went where he wanted it to go, and then you see him chase a two-seamer that's 4 or 5 inches in off the plate, spins on it, doesn't keep the front side in, rolls over to third base, and it's sort of hard to figure out what he is, right? And I just think sometimes he needs to, every at bat, walk back and ask himself, why did I swing at that? What was the reasoning behind my approach at the plate? And that, for me, will make him a little bit more consistent. I don't know if you're going to see him take off and go 4 for 4 with 3 homers. I'm not real sure you can see that, but I do think this is a confidence builder kind of thing, right? Where he knows now what it feels like to take a good swing. I mean, he's having a good year. He's just not having the Vladdy year that we all thought he should be having, which is an MVP season. I just think it's those at bats where it's a little away off the plate and down, it's a little in off the plate, and he either takes a swing to try and hit the ball down and away, tries to take a swing that he can get barrel to in off the plate. When you can't do both, you got to pick one or the other. And I just think it's this part of the season. Vladdy is what Vladdy is, and hopefully he gets more of those ones that we saw today than the other ones that I've been talking about.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look around this Blue Jays lineup right now, and you see contributions from Maimal Tapia, and you see Matt Chapman hitting a couple of home runs, and you see Danny Jansen hitting a home run and being very consistent, and you see Bo. I think Bo's reached base now in all 17 games in September. 18 games in September. When you see that and you see all that stuff happening around Teoscar and Vladdy, it really does remind you of where this team could go if those two guys can get hot.
No kidding. Okay, well, you talked about those guys, Tapia. Is there expectations for him to hit homers or get big hits? No. I mean, he is what he gives you offensively. That's great. You get on and run around the bases like your hair's on fire. Chapman's sort of the same way. He's hit or miss, right? Sometimes he doesn't like the ball up. Sometimes he doesn't like the breaking ball. It's sort of pick your poison kind of thing. I just think there's so much expectations on Teoscar and Vladdy to go out and go 4 for 4 with 3 homers every single day. We've had conversations with guys about people like Juan Soto. Well, why is it fair for us to talk about Juan Soto that way and put all these expectations on these couple of guys that just understand that hitting a baseball is very hard? And when there's a book on you to the way to get you out, a lot of the times it's very hard this time of the season when you're tired and, you're just trying so hard to get it going to help your team that's sometimes just not realistic. And I just think it's take what you got. I said this and I'll continue to say it. This team's going to go as far as their pitching's going to take them. You have a big inning, you pitch your tail off, you play good enough defense, you run the bases the way you're supposed to, and you hope occasionally that somebody runs into one in the third inning and they can win 4-2. I just think for me, that's the way they're going to win some baseball games down the stretch.
416-870-0590, star 590, 888-666-0590, 590 via the text line. We're on for another half hour. It's Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. This is Blue Jays Talk on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer